Chapter 211. Therefore, Yen Chutian no longer pretended when he saw Zhou Han charging towards him. Strange runes surged from the depths of his eyes and quickly gathered together with his indifferent words. Mysterious Sun Sword Rune. The moment he finished speaking, the heavy sword with spiritual runes in Yen Chutian's eyes shot towards the heavens and earth. The simple and heavy sword body seemed to carry an infinite amount of power, and the sword edge did not lose its sharpness. As it trembled slightly, an extremely powerful aura spread out. However, the most eye-catching thing was the line of strange runes engraved on the heavy sword. No one knew what it was, not even Yen Chutian himself. However, the runes were filled with a mysterious and ancient aura, causing people to not dare to overlook it. The moment the heavy sword with spiritual runes appeared, a dazzling cold light lit up the heavens and earth. It was so fast that even Zhou Han could not react in time. His ferocious attack was broken, and he was injured. A ray of blood rushed into the sky. As he retreated, Zhou Han's face was filled with anger. He never thought that the ant in front of him had condensed a spiritual rune. Moreover, this ant was even more cunning. He had clearly condensed a spiritual rune, but he had never revealed it. At this moment, he suddenly made a move, causing Zhou Han to be in a sorry state and even injured. Despicable ant, die! Zhou Han shouted loudly, his dark face incomparably ferocious. Then, he stomped heavily on the ground. Suddenly, a mysterious aura circulated around his body. A moment later, deep yellow runes gathered in between his eyes and finally condensed into a giant bull. Mountain Sea Spirit Bull Rune. Zhou Han shouted again. Following his shout, the huge spiritual rune was projected between the heavens and earth. The huge bull seemed to be stepping on mountains and seas, and its body surged with a majestic power that could shake mountains and rivers. Obviously, this spiritual rune was like its owner, Zhou Han, and was also good at strength. In the next moment, without needing any orders from the two, the spirit bull seemed to be stepping on mountains and rivers. It raised the two sharp horns on its head and charged towards Yen Chutian. In front of Yen Chutian, a chilling light that illuminated the heavens and earth flashed once again. Raising the profound sun sword, it heavily chopped down, chopping towards the giant spiritual energy bull. The clash erupted in an instant, causing ripples to spread out in all directions. Even a level 3 elixir practitioner would not be able to withstand the shockwaves. It was really hard to imagine how terrifying the center of the impact would be. At the same time, the expressions of Zhou Han, the other disciples, and even the Taoists changed. It was enough to shock them that a second-level elixir Xiuzhe had formed a Ling glyph. This was because, to be honest, only the two Taoists among them had condensed spirit inscriptions when they were on the second level of the elixir. But even if he had condensed a spirit rune, the power of the spirit rune shouldn't be comparable to Zhou Han's, who was at the 5th level of elixir. However, the situation before them had once again overturned their expectations. Michiko Fujiwara's gaze turned cold. The other Taoist beside him also squinted his eyes and glanced at Yen Chutian, who was still in the midst of the clash. At this point, how could they still think that Yen Chutian was an ordinary second-level elixir Xiuzhe? As a result, their previous comments about him being a spoiled brat were immediately overturned. However, no matter what, they did not feel that it was difficult to deal with. After all, in their eyes, Yen Chutian was only at the second level of the elixir. It was indeed amazing for him to be able to condense a Ling glyph with such a cultivation, but it was already his limit. Once Zhou Han unleashed the second Ling glyph, he would definitely lose. Boom! An ear-splitting roar resounded once again. After the clash, the two Ling glyph retreated back into their bodies. It was obvious that the clash of the first Ling glyph had ended in a draw. Although this result caused Zhou Han's expression to become even more gloomy and furious, it also caused a solemn expression to surface on his face. It was already beyond his expectations that a mere second-level elixir Xiuzhe could compete with him to such an extent. However, this was the end. Once he unleashed the second Ling glyph, it would be his doomsday. Zhou Han, your spiritual altar is about to be completely solidified. Don't delay any longer. At the same time, Michiko Fujiwara's cold voice sounded. Zhou Han immediately bowed and agreed. He then looked at Yan Chutian again with a murderous look on his face. You're only at the second level of the elixir Xiuzhe, but you're able to last until now. You should be proud of yourself. However, it's time for you to lose miserably. I'm at the 5th level of the elixir Xiuzhe, and I've condensed more than 1 Ling glyph. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Han stomped his feet on the ground again. A mysterious aura circulated around his body and surged towards his eyes. Finally, it turned into a strange glyph. Mountain River Spirit Bear Glyph. Roar! The deafening roar of a beast resounded through the sky. A humongous black bear appeared in the sky. This bear's body was much larger than the spirit bull from before. The power it exuded was also much more shocking. It was as if this humongous bear could tear the earth apart with a single punch. It was extremely powerful. As the spirit bear descended, Zhou Han's expression turned cold. He then pointed at Yan Chutian and turned around. In his eyes, the outcome was already decided. When Zhou Han turned around, the humongous spirit bear stepped towards Yan Chutian. Every step it took shook the heavens and earth. Even a 3rd or 4th level elixir Xiuzhe would be severely injured if stepped on by it. However, looking at the humongous spirit bear, Yan Chutian did not show any fear on his face. After all, even if the other party was a 5th level elixir Xiuzhe, they were underestimating him too much if they wanted to finish him off with just a second glyph. The humongous spirit bear stepped in front of Yan Chutian. With a ferocious expression, it raised its right claw high. The mountain-like claw clenched into a giant fist and smashed towards Yan Chutian. From the looks of it, it seemed that it could smash Yan Chutian into pieces. However, just as the humongous fist was about to hit Yan Chutian, no one noticed that in each of his eyes, there were strange glyph patterns that were continuously converging. In the end, they turned into 2 familiar glyph patterns. Clang! In the next instant, the humongous fist smashed down. However, the bloody result that everyone expected did not appear. Instead, a heavy rumbling sound was heard. This sudden turn of events involuntarily caused several gazes, which had shifted away, to converge on it. Looking over, they saw that the humongous spirit bear's fist had smashed onto a golden cauldron. However, this was not the main point. The main point was that immediately after, a humongous sword that was suspended in the air slashed down forcefully and ruthlessly on the humongous spirit bear's arm, immediately cutting it in half. This shocking scene caused everyone who saw it to freeze. Even the 2 Taoists and Luo Shui, who had already expected this, were not spared. Amidst the shock, a painful roar resounded through the heavens and earth. The humongous spirit bear's body trembled. It, which was originally incomparably powerful, immediately turned into a stream of light and rushed back into Zhou Han's body. Chapter 212. How is it possible for him to condense 2 spiritual tattoos? Condensing 2 spiritual tattoos is one thing, but how is it possible for him to use them at the same time? The 2 Taoists were shocked. At the same time, the other 2 disciples who saw this scene were naturally even more shocked. Lin Fan was only at level 2 of elixir, but he was able to condense 2 spiritual tattoos. This was unprecedented. Even in the Divine Heavens sect, there was no Taoist who could condense 2 spiritual tattoos at level 2 of elixir. Secondly, even if he neglected to condense the spiritual tattoos, he was still able to use 2 spiritual tattoos at the same time. How high was his attainment in spiritual tattoos? In their impression, even the 2 primal core 6th level Taoists behind them were unable to achieve such a feat. Only the older generation of disciples or managing elders in the sect could achieve such a feat, but that was the result of years of study and accumulation. How was it possible for a level 2 elixir Taoist? After being shocked for a long while, Michiko Fujiwara finally regained his composure. He looked at Yen Chutian with no more disdain. Even he admitted that he could not do this when he was only at level 2 of Elixir Taoist. Indistinctly, the purple-robed Taoist even rejoiced that the person in front of him was only at the second level of the Yuan Dan stage, and was also alone. If his cultivation level was higher, even he himself might not have been able to take him down. But there were no ifs in this world, so the situation today was still within his control. At the same time, Yen Chutian did not even look at Zhou Han, who was defeated by him. Instead, he turned to Michiko Fujiwara and said with a smile, "Taoist, can you give me a share of the spiritual platform's opportunity now?" However, the purple-clothed Taoist merely smiled without saying a word. He coldly looked at Yen Chutian and continued after a moment, "What this Taoist said is naturally true. However, this Taoist agreed to give you a portion of the opportunity, but this Taoist's junior brother did not agree." Before the purple-robed Taoist finished his words, the other Taoist chuckled as his cold gaze stared straight at Yen Chutian. "Yes, I disagree with senior brother's opinion." The two of them echoed each other, and their faces were full of arrogance. So what if the other party's performance was strange? No matter how strange it was only to their followers. In their eyes it was nothing special. If they knew what was good for them, they did not want to ruin their reputations. But if the other party did not know what was good for him, then he could not blame them for being ruthless. There was no need to think too much. Yen Chutian's reaction would definitely be the second in their eyes. Seeing the two of them singing the same tune, Yen Chutian seemed to have expected it, but there was a hint of sharpness in his tone. "Then it seems that the two Taoists are going back on their words. I did not expect the Taoists of the Divine Heavens sect to be such trash." Hearing that, the purple-clothed Taoist still did not say anything. He only looked at Yen Chutian as if he was looking at a fool. On the contrary, the other Taoist burst into laughter. Without concealing anything, he directly said, "TSK, everything in this world is the survival of the fittest. We will give you this opportunity if we want to, and we will not give it to you if we don't want to. What can you do? If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for being too weak." While laughing, the black-robed Taoist coldly looked at the other two disciples and said, "It looks like you don't know the rules, but it doesn't matter. Today, this Taoist will teach you just what the rules are." As soon as he finished speaking, the two disciples of the Divine Heavens sect immediately shot out and surrounded Yen Chutian from both sides. The two of them attacked at the same time, and they were not weaker than Zhou Han. Therefore, in their opinion, no matter how strange Yen Chutian was, he could only surrender. However, in the face of such a situation, Yen Chutian did not have the nervousness that the purple-robed Taoist had imagined. This caused a wisp of curiosity to surface on his handsome face. Is this guy really reckless, or is he still holding back? But even if he was holding back, what could he do in the face of two practitioners of the same level as Zhou Han? Moreover, there were still the two Taoists behind the two of them. No matter what, he would definitely die today. "I can only blame myself for being too weak?" Yen Chutian murmured softly, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Now, he was definitely not weak, because he had already connected the physical training platform behind him with the array that he had already set up. Now, all he needed to do was to activate it. Thinking of this, Yen Chutian did not hesitate anymore. He immediately raised his right palm, and before the two of them rushed over, he released his own spiritual power and crazily poured it into a space behind him. At the same time, the two figures that had been hiding for a long time finally appeared. The surrounding spiritual power crazily rushed into a certain place like a spring. The spiritual power from three directions continued to converge, and finally, a huge illusory array slowly came to life. Vaguely, the huge array was in the shape of 5 giant dragons, and at the top of the dragons, there was a rotating fireball that looked like the sun of mountains and rivers. It seemed to be the energy source of the entire array, supplying it for its operation. Facing the two disciples of the Divine Heavens sect who were rushing over, one of the giant dragons gently swung its huge tail, and immediately collided with the bodies of the two Taoists. The two of them were directly sent flying and fell back to the side of the two Taoists. However, at this time, the attention of the two Taoists was obviously no longer on their subordinate. Their faces were full of shock, and they kept glancing at the huge dragon array that had suddenly appeared, and also at the two women who had suddenly appeared. How could they have known that there were two people hiding right under their noses? Moreover, there was a huge array that had been set up, and they knew nothing about it? "You're courting death." Michiko Fujiwara gritted his teeth and growled. Just now, he had always acted as if everything was under his control, and he was elegant and graceful. But now, wasn't this scene slapping him hard in the face? In his arrogant words, he could not tell how the other party was looking at him with ridicule. The black-robed Taoist's face was also gloomy. When he thought that he had been deceived to such an extent by a second-level elixir ant, he was furious and had to vent his anger. But while he was angry, he still looked proud. So what if they had set up a matrix? How powerful could the matrix set up by the other party be? Could it be that a chosen of the Divine Heavens sect like him couldn't break it? However, just as he was about to move, Yan Chutian, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke again, and this time, his words were shocking. "My two Taoists, I think it's better not to waste your energy. Have you taken a closer look at the source of my dragon-controlling array?" Before Yan Chutian finished speaking, the two disciples of the Divine Heavens sect, and even the black-robed Taoist, suddenly looked at the fireball above the 5 giant dragons that were circling around. Then, the black-robed Taoist sneered and said, "Thank you for reminding me. Let's see what else you can rely on after we break the source of your array." But at this moment, Michiko Fujiwara's face suddenly changed, as if he had discovered an extremely unbelievable scene. Chapter 213. How is this possible? Even someone as arrogant as Michiko Fujiwara was in disbelief at this moment. This was because he saw that at the source of the fireball, the traces that spread out from the fireball were actually connected to the huge platform behind it. The strange light on the platform was still flashing, but this time, some of it flowed into the fireball along with the traces. In other words, the true source of power of this array was the spiritual altar that they had been waiting for? But how was this possible? The platform had always been strange. Even as Taoists of the Divine Heavens sect, they knew very little about it. They only vaguely knew that the condensed spiritual altar had the effect of changing the muscles and marrow of cultivators. However, this cultivator in front of them, who was only at the second level of elixir, could actually use the mysterious platform as the source of his array. How could they accept this so easily? Furthermore, when did he come into contact with the platform and build a connection? As Taoists, they were naturally not stupid people. Thus, following Michiko Fujiwara, the black-robed Taoist also discovered the truth. Suddenly, the sneer on his face disappeared abruptly, followed by a thick sense of shame and anger. But of course, the most important thing was still shock. At the same time, looking at the constantly changing expressions of the two Taoists and the other 3 disciples, Yan Chutian still maintained a faint smile on his face. Then, he slowly opened his mouth and said with a smile, "How is it? Do the 2 Taoists still want to force it?" Hearing this, and thinking about the current situation, the black-robed Taoist almost ground his teeth to pieces. He could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. "You despicable person! Tsk. Taoist, the weak are prey to the strong. This is such a simple principle. How can you not understand it?" Hearing Yan Chutian return his words to him, the black-robed Taoist could barely suppress the anger in his heart and was about to explode. However, before he could do so, Michiko Fujiwara stopped him. Subsequently, His dark and cold eyes swept towards Yen Chutian as he slowly said, "What a good plan. However, it is impossible for us to give up on this opportunity just because of this." As soon as he finished speaking, he gestured to the black-clothed Taoist. Then, both of them shot up and headed straight for Yen Chutian. At the same time as the two of them burst out, two enormous spiritual runes that could cover the sky and the sun appeared. Powerful auras spread out, and it was as if no matter who stood in front of them, they would only end up being destroyed. Perhaps even a 7th-level elixir practitioner would not be able to lower his guard in the face of such an attack. However, among the geniuses who had entered the periphery of the Valley of 10,000 Stars, which one of them had reached such a level of cultivation, Yen Chutian's expression was indifferent in the face of the ferocious spirit pattern that was whizzing toward him. He knew that the other party would not give up until all hope was lost. In fact, even if it were him, he would do the same. Since they were unwilling to give up, the only way was to fight until the other side dispersed. Dragon controlling array. Rise. As he shouted in a low voice, Yen Chutian suddenly formed a seal and sent it into the enormous array around him. After the seal was integrated, the originally silent array suddenly rumbled and began to operate again. The 5 circling dragons also seemed to have awakened from a daze at this moment, revealing their powerful auras. Roar! The sound of the dragon's roar resounded through the heavens and the earth. In the next moment, the huge eyes of the 5 dragons locked onto the 2 Taoists. Then, like pillars of fire, they shot out and went straight for them. Boom! An earth-shattering roar resounded. Even though the combined strength of the 2 Taoists of the Divine Heavens sect was extremely powerful, and there was probably no one in the periphery of the Valley of 10,000 Stars could withstand it alone. However, it was an accident for Yen Chutian. In the roar, even though the giant dragons were constantly annihilated, the 2 enormous spiritual runes continued to tremble. In the end, they even shot back and rushed back into the bodies of the 2 Taoists. At the same time, the remaining 2 giant dragons also rushed back into the array and circled around. As they circled around, the 5 giant dragons were gradually replenished. This made Michiko Fujiwara and the black-robed Taoist no longer doubt that the array was connected to the platform. With the platform as the source of power, there was an endless supply of power. How could they possibly break through the spiritual array? In fact, if they were to really fight, they would be in danger instead. Therefore, even if the collision just now weakened their spirit inscriptions, how would they be able to fight back? Therefore, they knew that they would most likely have to admit defeat in today's situation. Even though this made them feel extremely humiliated and unwilling to give up the opportunity of the spiritual platform, they had no other choice. In the end, they heard Michiko Fujiwara snort coldly. His gaze was like a sharp knife as he stared at Yen Chutian, as if he couldn't wait to cut him into pieces. Today I, Lu Qing, made a mistake. I actually unknowingly allowed you to complete all the arrangements. I admit defeat. But your good luck in the periphery of the 10,000 Star Valley ends here. I will wait for you and your companions under the 10,000 Star Tree. Unless you give up on seizing the Star Skulls, I will definitely let you know how stupid your actions today are. After leaving behind the ruthless words, Michiko Fujiwara, who was also Lu Qing, immediately turned around and left. Following him, the black-robed Taoist glanced around and memorized the faces of Yen Chutian, Luo Shui, and Qiu Yu. As for the 3 disciples, their faces were filled with depression. Who would have thought that the opportunity that was originally at their fingertips would end up like this? And this was all because of a very inconspicuous person. In the blink of an eye, the 5 people from the Divine Heavens sect had all left. However, even after they left, the oppressive atmosphere did not dissipate. It could be imagined that as long as Yen Chutian and the others wanted to go to the 10,000 Star Tree to seize the Star Skulls, they would definitely encounter them. At that time, there would be no lack of a life and death battle. Perhaps Yan Chutian and Qiu Yu were already used to this, but Luo Shui obviously couldn't ignore it. When she swept towards Yan Chutian, her pretty face was also solemn. She didn't know if her actions today were right or not. Although she had unexpectedly snatched the opportunity from the tiger's mouth, she had also formed a grudge with the tiger. Today, Yan Chutian was able to seize the opportunity to rely on the formation to force him to retreat, but what about in the future? At that time, under the 10,000 star tree, there would be no way to set up such a complicated formation, nor would there be a continuous source of energy like the spiritual platform in front of them. Lightly exhaling, Yan Chutian's tense face finally relaxed, and then a trace of unconcealable paleness appeared. It was obvious that activating such a huge formation consumed a lot of energy for him. Luckily, Qiu Yu and Luo Shui were there when the formation was activated. Otherwise, he would be in an even worse state now. But everything was worth it. After forcing the Heavens Pride of the Divine Heavens sect to retreat, the opportunity in front of them would belong to them. Actually, to be honest, it wasn't such a general name as the spiritual platform, but the refining platform. The so-called refining platform was not only an excellent place to cultivate, but it also had the effect of changing the tendons and marrow of cultivators. Of course, the refining platform was also divided into high and low levels. The one before them seemed to be of the lower level, and was somewhat broken. Chapter 214. After sitting cross-legged to recover for a while, Yan Chutian stood up and looked at the huge refining platform in front of him. During this process, he never removed the Imperial Dragon formation, because even if the people from the Divine Heavens sect seemed to have left, who knew if their departure was real or not? If they waited until the Imperial Dragon formation was removed and the other party suddenly appeared, then their situation would be dangerous. After looking at the refining platform for a long time, Yan Chutian no longer hesitated. He turned around and said to the two women, "This refining platform has been completely activated, but we don't have much time. As time passes, the condensed spiritual altars will become thinner and thinner until they completely dissipate. We have to get on the platform and cultivate as soon as possible." After saying that, Yan Chutian stepped on the ground and soared into the air, flying towards the many floating spiritual altars. However, these spiritual altars were very broken. Almost half of them were broken and couldn't sit cross-legged to cultivate. There were only a few complete spiritual altars. But even if there were only a few, Yan Chutian's eyes immediately locked onto the two solid spiritual altars at the highest point. The higher it was, the stronger the effect of the spiritual altar. How could he let go of such an opportunity? However, Yan Chutian was also clear that the higher the spiritual altar was, the greater the pressure one would have to withstand. This was an invisible test set up by the body refinement platform. Only those who could withstand its pressure would be able to obtain the opportunity. Even when Yan Chutian just swept towards the floating spiritual altar, he felt as if there was a grand force pressing down on him. Under the pressure of such a mighty force, Yan Chutian only felt that he was trapped in a quagmire. Even moving was difficult, let alone flying. Yan Chutian couldn't help but curse. The refining platform was clearly broken, but the pressure didn't seem to have weakened at all. But no matter what, Yan Chutian gritted his teeth and climbed onto one of the two highest spiritual altars. When he stepped on it, an even greater pressure than before enveloped him from all directions. Under this pressure, his forehead was immediately covered with fine beads of sweat. Even his clothes couldn't withstand it, and cracks appeared in several places. Taking a deep breath, Yan Chutian gritted his teeth and continued to resist the pressure. Fortunately, Yan Chutian had cultivated the profound yang body and had even reached the second-grade profound yang body. Otherwise, no matter how strong his willpower was, if he did not have a corresponding body, he would not be able to endure such a terrifying pressure. When Yan Chutian gritted his teeth and sat down, Luo Shui and Qiu Yu also prepared to go up the stage. At this moment, Luo Shui had already thrown away her previous complicated thoughts. No matter what, the opportunity was right in front of her. She should enjoy it first. Otherwise, he would have taken the risk for nothing. Luo Shui was also a prideful person. Therefore, just like Yan Chutian, her gaze immediately locked onto the highest Ling Tai. Then, she moved her delicate body towards it. Even though Luo Shui did not cultivate the profound yang body, with her strength, she eventually gritted her teeth and climbed to the highest Ling Tai. Then, like Yan Chutian, she also sat down. Seeing that the two highest spiritual altars were occupied, Qiu Yu didn't show any resentment or jealousy. With her special condition, she didn't need such fortuitous encounters to maintain the rapid growth of her cultivation. Moreover, this was not the body that Qiu Yu wanted in the future. Therefore, she would not think about how to refine it. However, Mu Wan's consciousness was still clear. Therefore, Qiu Yu also rushed into the Ling Tai and chose one of the lower Ling Tai to sit down. Slowly, the three of them fell into a state of cultivation. All the sounds stopped. Only the dragon-taming formation that surrounded this huge platform emitted some kind of rhythmic buzzing sound. 5 huge dragons circled around each other. On top of the huge dragons, there was a huge fireball that silently floated. "Senior brother, are we really going to leave like this?" Above the abyss, the black-clothed Taoist glanced at the dark abyss behind him unwillingly. Then, he looked at Michiko Fujiwara and Lu Qing in front of him. He was also full of unwillingness. Not only him, but the 3 disciples of the Divine Heavens sect also looked unwilling. Originally, the opportunity was in front of them, but the cooked duck suddenly flew away. How could they be willing? Hearing the black-clothed Taoist's words, Lu Qing finally stopped and slowly turned around. However, at this time, his face was expressionless, and he did not even look at the abyss. His cold words seemed to be talking to himself. As long as they dare to go under the 1,000-star tree, today's humiliation will be washed away by me. Sitting cross-legged on the spiritual platform, his mind was completely immersed in cultivation. In this state, Yan Chutian could clearly feel that there were strands of strange power spreading out from the spiritual platform that he was sitting cross-legged on, and then pouring into his body. This strange power seemed to have its own consciousness, constantly pouring into the depths of his body. After this strange power poured in, Yan Chutian's body felt slightly numb, and at the same time, some impurities that had accumulated over the years seemed to be expelled. Yan Chutian knew that this was tendon changing and marrow cleansing. At this time, his best choice was not to disturb, but to let the process proceed. But of course, Yan Chutian would not really do nothing during this process. For example, now that he had suppressed his cultivation for a long time, he could try to break through. With this thought, Yan Chutian naturally did not hesitate and immediately began to break through. From the 2nd level of elixir to the 3rd level, Yan Chutian's breakthrough was extremely smooth. This was not only because his foundation was deep enough, but also because of the excellent environment at this time. And perhaps because he had tried to break through before, this time when he really broke through, his cultivation did not only break through to the 3rd level of elixir, but also rapidly increased to the intermediate level. Intermediate level of elixir 3rd level. After breaking through, Yan Chutian still did not waste time, and continued to cultivate. After all, only during cultivation could he make the tendon changing and marrow cleansing more thoroughly. But no matter how good the opportunity was, there would be a time when it would be exhausted. After 3 days, the originally solid spiritual platform had become illusory, as if it could dissipate at any time. Looking at the great sun picture of mountains and rivers again, he saw that the originally bright sun was now a little dim, like a candle in the darkness that could be extinguished at any time. At this time, the 3 people who seemed to have sensed something opened their eyes that had been closed for 3 days. Yan Chutian glanced at the 2 women, and saw that their originally snow-white skin was now covered with a layer of black substance. Yen Chutian knew that it was the impurities that had been expelled from his body, because this black substance covered every part of his body. However, Yen Chutian could accept it calmly, but the two women could not. Even if they had expected this situation, when they really felt it, they could not help but cry out in alarm, and then quickly rushed out of the spiritual platform. Chapter 2:15. After removing all the impurities, Chiao Yu was in a good mood. However, when she inadvertently looked at Yen Chutian, she found that the latter's face was still black. She couldn't help but frown and snort in disdain. Why do you still look so dirty? Hearing this, Yen Chutian looked embarrassed. He cherished every bit of cultivation time, so even though the spiritual altar was constantly illusory, he didn't leave. Therefore, at this moment, compared to Chiao Yu or Luo Shui, his entire body was naturally extremely black, as if he had rolled around in a quagmire. Cough cough. The two of you should hurry up and get on the platform. This spiritual altar still has some final uses. You can't miss it. After an hour, all the spiritual altars gradually dissipated and returned to calmness. The mountain river Great Sun picture above the stone pedestal was silent again. God knows when it would be activated again and trigger the appearance of the spiritual altar. Yen Chutian stood below the platform. At this moment, he had already washed his body and changed into a clean set of clothes. Feeling the brand new feeling in his body, as if he was reborn, even Yen Chutian couldn't help but be happy. In the past, when he was in the heaven realm, this kind of opportunity to change his muscles and marrow was very precious. Moreover, it wasn't enough once or twice. It needed to be done continuously in accordance with the improvement of his cultivation. What Yen Chutian didn't expect was that he would be able to enjoy a chance to change his muscles and marrow in the mortal world. This was too rare. Shifting his attention away from himself and looking over, Yen Chutian glanced around and knew that not only had his cultivation broken through, Chiao Yu had also broken through. At this moment, she was already at the 4th level of elixir. Although Luo Shui hadn't broken through, this opportunity had raised her cultivation to the edge of a breakthrough. Breaking through to the 5th level of elixir was just around the corner. All in all, the physical training platform was a huge improvement for each of them. Compared to it, even offending the supreme talent of the Divine Heavens sect was negligible. He then looked at Luo Shui and said with a faint smile, "Senior Sister Luo, are you still worried about offending the prodigy of the Divine Heavens sect?" Hearing this, Luo Shui, who had always been cold, couldn't help but blush. She had originally thought that she had concealed her reaction extremely well and had not been detected by anyone. However, it was clear that Yen Chutian had already detected it. However, Yen Chutian did not make things difficult for Luo Shui. He immediately muttered to himself, "Actually, there is no need to worry. The battle under the myriad star tree will definitely gather almost all the forces and experts' disciples that have entered. At that time, even the prodigies from all 3 branches of the Divine Heavens sect would not be able to control the chaos, let alone just one branch. Therefore, we can rest assured. If we don't have the strength, we won't be able to get the star skull no matter what. However, if we have enough strength, even if Lu Qing leads the way, we won't be able to stop it." As Yen Chutian's voice fell, even though it was full of lecturing, it still made Luo Shui's face involuntarily reveal a look of understanding. Yes, the battle for the Star Skull was not something that the prodigies of the Divine Heavens sect could decide. Even if all the prodigies of the Divine Heavens sect were added together, it would still not be enough. Therefore, why should she be worried? Thinking of this, Luo Shui, who had turned her head, could not help but reveal a faint smile to Yen Chutian. It was as if a fresh flower that had always been wrapped in ice and snow had finally broken free from the frost on the surface and revealed its beauty. Even Yen Chutian was momentarily dazed by such a stunning smile. However, he quickly forced himself to regain his senses because Chiao Yu was still beside him. Sure enough, even though Yen Chutian had only been absent-minded for an instant, a cold snort faintly resounded from the side. Yen Chutian turned his gaze slightly and saw Chiao Yu staring at him coldly. The dangerous aura in her beautiful eyes was very strong. This made Yen Chutian cough dryly and quickly change the topic. Alright, we still don't know the exact location of the Thousand Star Tree. Now that we have exhausted our opportunities, let's hurry and find the location of the Thousand Star Tree. Humph! After leaving the abyss, when Yen Chutian and the other two returned to the vast land above the abyss, the oppression around them suddenly disappeared like smoke in thin air. How could it be normal? Under such circumstances, the three of them could clearly feel that their cultivation seemed to have improved a little. It was not difficult to understand. Although the three of them were suppressed in the abyss, on the other hand, it was as if they were actively condensing their cultivation. As long as they returned to the outside world, their condensed cultivation would rebound, resulting in the current situation. After arriving at the top of the abyss, the three of them did not stay for long. Just like before, they chose a certain direction and rushed forward. However, even if it was only the outer region of the Myriad Star Valley was still very large. The three of them flashed for a few days, but they still could not find any signs of the Thousand Star Tree. They did not even meet a single person. The three of them seemed to have returned to the time when they had just entered the outer region of the Myriad Star Valley. They were like headless flies that could only bury their heads and search everywhere. At the same time, in a certain valley on the vast land, there was a huge lake. At this time, there were already many figures of geniuses waiting around the lake. These figures were on guard against each other, but they were all looking in the same direction. These geniuses were all looking at the huge lake, or rather, at the isolated island in the middle of the lake that was less than a dozen feet in size. On this isolated island there was a low plant growing. The vines of the plant were like swimming dragons, strong and powerful. Between the vines there were about 10 crystalline fruits hanging. Each fruit was exuding rich spirit energy, shining brightly. Even if one did not touch or even get close to it, one could feel the amazing effect it contained. Swoosh, however, when he looked again, these strange spirit fruits were not so easy to obtain. In the waters around the isolated island, there would be water pillars spurting out from time to time, followed by rolling waves. The scene of a huge monster in high spirits was even more common. Obviously, there were some powerful spirit beasts waiting in the waters. Their purpose was similar to the geniuses waiting by the river bank, which was also for the spirit fruits growing on this isolated island. The situation was temporarily in a deadlock. God knew when it would be broken by a breakthrough. They continued to move forward like headless flies. After an unknown amount of time, a slight difference appeared in the gazes of the three of them. They could faintly sense that there were many spiritual energy auras gathered in the valley in front of them. Chapter 2:16. If they could find the location of the Thousand Star Tree so quickly, it would mean that they were extremely lucky. However, after sensing it carefully, Yen Chutian rejected this idea in the end. Because in his perception, even though there were many spiritual auras in the valley ahead, there were not many that were as strong as Lu Qing and the others. And in Yen Chutian's imagination, there would definitely be many cultivators waiting in the final place like the Thousand Star Tree. Not to mention the second-rate top forces, even the middle and lower-level second-rate forces, as well as the geniuses of the lower-level forces, as well as the disciples of those hidden powerhouses, would all be present. Then, Yen Chutian explained the situation to the two women. Hearing this, the two women also agreed with Yen Chutian's idea. However, with so many geniuses gathered in front, there must be something big happening. Therefore, how could the three miss it? They immediately rushed into the valley. Not long after entering the valley, a huge lake immediately came into view. Then, they looked into the distance. On the other side of the lake, there were many geniuses as expected. What are they looking at? Chiao Yu murmured in confusion. Soon, they all knew, because following the line of sight of the geniuses on the shore of the lake, a green island immediately came into view. The strange plants and several spiritual fruits on the island were also all seen by them. So they want to seize the spiritual trees and spiritual fruits on the island. Chiou asked and answered herself. Then, following Chiou's muttering, Yan Chutian added, "Although I can't identify what kind of treasure it is, it must have a great background to make so many so-called geniuses wait in silence." At this moment, Yan Chutian had already thought about those spiritual fruits in his heart, because maybe if he could obtain such a treasure, his cultivation could increase again. If he could break through to the elixir stage 4, then even if Lu Qing suddenly appeared, Yan Chutian would have enough confidence to face him head-on. Perhaps many cultivators would think that it was a fantasy to dare to say that there was a difference of 2 whole layers of cultivation between them. However, this was the truth for Yan Chutian. Along the way, when had he not fought like this? And what was the final result? Wasn't it overturning the result that was natural in the eyes of ordinary cultivators again and again? After being reborn, if the Yan Chutian of this life still wanted to do things step by step, that would be the real joke. At the same time, while Yan Chutian and the other 2 were observing their surroundings, the sky prides on the other side of the lake were also observing them. However, when the 3 of them suddenly appeared, the reactions of these geniuses were very cold and indifferent. Many of them only glanced at them coldly before immediately shifting their gazes away, as if they had not seen them at all. Actually, it was easy to understand. These geniuses didn't appear at the same time, but one by one, they sensed something and came over. And when they saw that there were so many cultivators, why would they care? Unless an extraordinary person appeared, it would be possible for them to pay more attention. However, the team of 3 with the highest cultivation was only at the 4th layer of elixir stage. Obviously, they couldn't be considered extraordinary. However, among these indifferent gazes, there were still gazes of pleasant surprise. Among the 100 Flower Palace's women, Yan Ningzhu, who was dressed in plain white clothes but was still the focus of many men's gazes, had a smile on her beautiful face and was filled with pleasant surprise. Yan Ningzhu's reaction couldn't help but be noticed by many men. It also made the other female cultivators of the 100 Flower Palace smile ambiguously and deliberately said loudly, "Ever since you came to the Myriad Star City, Ningzhu, your temperament has changed a lot from the past. You even said that it was because you found your lost companion. I think, it can't be that male cultivator, right?" As soon as these words came out, even though Yan Ningzhu usually appeared calm, she couldn't help but blush at this moment. She stammered, "Senior sister, you don't talk nonsense." Seeing Yan Ningzhu's reaction that was completely different from the past, the female cultivator who originally had the intention to tease suddenly widened her beautiful eyes in shock. This senior sister really guessed correctly? Such a situation happening in front of many male cultivators immediately made them feel a little uncomfortable in their hearts. Then, they immediately looked over. They wanted to see what kind of person this man was to be able to make a genius female disciple, who was quite beautiful among the many beautiful female cultivators of the 100 Flower Palace, have such a reaction. However, when many gazes looked over, they didn't look at Yan Chutian first. Instead, they were immediately attracted by the 2 women beside Yan Chutian. Even if they were only looking at them from a distance, it still made everyone feel stunned. With a quick glance, they determined that the 2 women had looks that were almost not inferior to Yan Ningzhu. But in this way, it obviously made Yan Chutian become even more hostile. Exactly what kind of fellow is actually able to make the fairies of the 100 Flower Palace change their expressions and make 2 such outstanding beauties follow him? From being ignored to becoming the focus of everyone's attention, even Yan Chutian, who always appeared calm, had a slight change in his beautiful face at this moment. He was really slightly at a loss in such a strange situation. However, he soon found out the reason. This made Yen Chutian couldn't help but look helplessly at the two women beside him, and then he glanced at Yen Ningzhu in the crowd in front of him. He sighed and muttered to himself, "She's really a femme fatale." But of course, Yen Chutian said it very softly. Otherwise, if the two women heard it, even if Luo Shui's temperament didn't do anything, with Chiu Yu's character, his ending could be imagined. Therefore, Yen Chutian's face was expressionless. He ignored all the jealous gazes and landed in a corner of the crowd with the two women. After skimming over the side of the crowd, Yen Chutian didn't rashly find Yen Ningzhu. Otherwise, he would definitely attract more attention. But even so, there were many cold gazes staring at him with different meanings. However, without exception, there was one thing in common, and that was contempt. A mere level 3 elixir was not worth mentioning to most of the geniuses present. The weakest among them had a level 4 elixir cultivation and could easily crush a level 3 elixir cultivator. Of course, they didn't know that Yen Chutian was not an ordinary level 3 elixir cultivator in their eyes. If they really wanted to compare, it should be that most of the so-called geniuses present couldn't be compared to him. Many gazes were focused on him, and it seemed that there were even people who couldn't help but want to go forward to test him. Fortunately, at this time, there was a strange movement from the center of the lake. The originally calm lake suddenly surged, and water pillars continuously rose into the sky. Those huge ferocious beasts floated up and down, and it was extremely spectacular. This is Chapter 217. The spirit fruits are about to ripen. Cries of surprise rang out from somewhere in the crowd. The moment the cries fell, the atmosphere in the crowd became extremely heated. Countless pairs of eyes stared fixedly at the 10 spirit fruits on the vine. Almost all of their eyes were shining with a green light. Boom! However, just as the crowd was in a frenzy, the huge commotion around the isolated island finally brought the geniuses back to their senses. Even if the spirit fruits were about to ripen, they could not be casually picked. The spirit beasts in the lake were not insignificant characters. If they were not careful, even the geniuses like them could die. Furthermore, in addition to guarding against the spirit beasts, they also had to be wary of the other geniuses around them. In fact, from a certain point of view, the other geniuses were even more dangerous than the ferocious beasts in the lake. Therefore, in addition to the heated atmosphere in the crowd, there was also a strange atmosphere that gradually grew. Apart from fellow disciples from the same faction, everyone was extremely wary of each other. However, no matter how cautious they were, when someone saw that the spirit beasts in the lake were unable to restrain themselves and suddenly jumped up to devour the spirit fruits on the isolated island, he finally could not suppress the desire in his heart. He suddenly shot up and rushed towards the lake. However, the moment he rushed into the lake, his originally flying body suddenly sank into the water. After that, he could no longer jump up and could only move forward. This sudden situation seemed to have startled this genius. However, as a genius from a third-rate faction, he was naturally extraordinary. He quickly accepted this situation and continued to swim forward. At the same time, the giant beast that was biting the spirit fruits was extremely fast. It was almost about to touch them. However, the situation that everyone expected did not happen. The giant beast that was about to bite the spirit fruits was hit hard. Its huge body immediately fell back into the lake, causing a huge wave to rise. After the giant beast fell back into the lake, the crowd realized that a slender vine was slowly retracting and wrapping around the body of the giant beast. Obviously, it was this vine that had repelled the giant beast. As if to prove this point, several giant beasts suddenly rushed up and opened their bloody mouths to bite the strange spirit fruits that they had been coveting for a long time. However, just as these spirit beasts were about to touch the spirit fruits, slender vines suddenly shot out. The small vines swept down, but the power that erupted was extremely terrifying. It forcibly swept away the huge spirit beasts one after another. This included the impulsive heaven's pride from the third-rate forces. When he attempted to rush onto the island, a vine swept towards him at lightning speed. Even though he used his spiritual energy to block it, he was immediately swept away and fell into the lake in a sorry state. Their failure seemed to have angered the spirit beasts. Seeing that they were unable to eat the spirit fruit, they turned their large and cold eyes towards the genius from the third-rate force. The situation after that was easy to imagine. Even though this prodigy was not weak and had a fourth-level elixir cultivation, it was difficult for 2 fists to fight against 4 hands. He was besieged by so many spirit beasts, and very soon, a miserable howl was heard. Then, bright red blood stained the surface of the lake, and the disgusting sound of chewing and tearing could be heard. Although the crowd frowned slightly at this scene, none of them sympathized with the heaven's pride from the third-rate force. He was the one who was stupid. He could not resist the temptation and tried to take the initiative to snatch the spirit fruit. Who could he blame for ending up like this? He looked at the isolated island in the middle of the lake, or more precisely, at the strange plant. Even Yen Chutian, as one of the 10 great prodigies, had never seen such a strange spirit plant. Generally speaking, if a spirit plant wanted to attack, it had to have some spiritual intelligence. However, for a spirit plant to have spiritual intelligence, it had to grow for countless years. For a spirit plant that had grown for countless years to reach the point of spiritual intelligence, even if it was originally an ordinary plant, it should have at least evolved to the divine grade. However, the strange spirit plant in front of him had obviously not reached the divine grade. Without reaching the divine grade, how could it have spiritual intelligence and launch an attack? This made Yen Chutian puzzled. In the end, he could only helplessly attribute it to the special environment here. After all, the Myriad Stars Valley was connected to the strange layer between the central plains and the outside world. Even if this was only the periphery of the Myriad Stars Valley, it might be affected to some extent. However, it was also because of this that Yen Chutian looked forward to the spirit fruit even more. If he could get one, he might be able to use it to break through to the 4th level of the elixir state. However, in the current situation, Yen Chutian also understood that it was not easy to snatch the spirit fruit. Not to mention that there were so many prodigies around, it was not easy to snatch the spirit fruit from the spirit beasts and spirit plants in the lake alone. While Yen Chutian was thinking, even though these prodigies were very cautious, they could not suppress the throbbing in their hearts. At the same time, the spirit beasts in the lake were also constantly trying to swallow the spirit fruit. There were several times when they seemed to be about to succeed. Then, when some people rushed into the lake, the remaining prodigies finally did not stop and used their own methods to rush into the lake. However, no matter which prodigy they were from, even if they were the best prodigies in the second-rate forces, they all fell into the water one after another as if the sky above the lake had been sealed and no one was allowed to fly. After that, the situation in the lake became extremely chaotic. Spirit beasts and geniuses continuously tried to snatch the spirit fruit. In between, there were even spirit beasts attacking geniuses, and geniuses killing spirit beasts. The surface of the lake constantly turned red, and it was very bloody. Especially when one of the geniuses actually obtained a spirit fruit, the competition became even more intense. Even if this prodigy had an extraordinary background, under the pincer attack of countless other prodigies and spirit beasts, he was unable to protect the spirit fruit. In the end, he ended up in a sorry state and was seriously injured. Looking at the tragic scene in the lake, Yen Chutian, who was still watching from the shore, could not help but feel a little anxious. From the situation just now, it seemed that the spirit fruit was not impossible to obtain. Even if the strange spirit plant was tightly guarded, there would still be a gap. In particular, Yen Ningzhu secretly approached from the other side. At this time, there were very few prodigies on the shore. Although the female cultivators of the 100-Flower Palace looked delicate, They were all more ruthless than men when they fought. Therefore, the only 100-flower palace disciple left on the shore was Yen Ningzhu. I have a way to temporarily suppress the spirit plant's attack, but I can't be sure how long it will be suppressed. It might only be for a few breaths. Hearing Yen Ningzhu's words, Yen Chutian, who was originally waiting for an opportunity to fish in troubled waters, immediately had his eyes light up. If Yen Ningzhu could really temporarily control the spirit plant's attack, even if it was only for a few breaths, it would be enough. However, Yen Chutian and Qiu Yu trusted Yen Ningzhu, but Luo Shui obviously did not. She looked at Yen Ningzhu with a cold and scrutinizing gaze. She did not know why she would suddenly approach and say such words. Chapter 2:18. Yen Chutian's command was fast, but his actions were even faster. After all, one of the spirit fruits had been snatched in the chaos. If he was any slower, he might have gotten one less spirit fruit. However, Yen Chutian was not a greedy person. Including Yen Ningzhu and the rest, there were 4 of them. Hence, his goal was to snatch 4 spirit fruits and then retreat safely. Although it seemed like a simple action and goal, it was not as simple as it sounded. For example, when Yen Chutian also landed in the lake and swam forward, he was greeted by the bloody mouth of a spirit beast. It was like a crazy spirit beast was trying to devour him. If he was slightly weaker, he would have been swallowed immediately. If he was swallowed by the spirit beast, his fate was obvious. However, Yen Chutian was not a weakling. Facing the bloody mouth, he clenched his fist and accumulated his spiritual energy. Then, he punched out fiercely towards the bloody mouth. Boom! As the 2 fists met, the ferocious and powerful spirit beast's body was penetrated by Yen Chutian's fist. A mist of blood spurted out. This shocked many of the third-rate force's geniuses. After witnessing this scene, how could they not understand that this guy, who looked like he was only at the 3rd level of elixir, was not simple? After punching the spirit beast, Yen Chutian did not take a second look. He was not in the mood to observe the reactions of the surrounding crowd. His body was like an illusion. He kept moving between the crowd and the spirit beast, opening up a path. With Yen Chutian opening the path, even though Yen Ningzhu's speed could not be compared to his, it was still much faster than before. Moreover, she was a beautiful woman. Many male cultivators could not bear to stop them. After all, in their opinion, if the 2 of them wanted to snatch the spirit fruit, their chances were slim. Just now, the genius from the second-rate forces had tried his best. He was only able to get a spirit fruit by chance when many other geniuses were besieging the plant. But now that was clearly not the case. Moments later, Yen Chutian appeared several zhang away from the isolated island. However, the level of the heavens chosen here had already reached the pinnacle. Although there were fewer people here, the shock waves from the battle were not any weaker than those from the distance. In fact, they were even stronger. A bald, dark-faced young man looked over. His eyes were full of disdain when he looked at Yen Chutian, but when he looked at Yen Ningzhu, there was a hint of greed. However, he didn't say anything in the end. He immediately snorted coldly and said, "This isn't a place where people like you can come." Cram. He, as expected, after being promoted to one of the Daluo sect's top prodigies, even your temper has become much worse. As the bald young man's voice fell, a sharp male voice suddenly sounded. A few feet away from the bald young man, a man in a white robe stood on the water. The white-robed man glanced at Yen Chutian. Although his gaze was not as overbearing as the bald young man's, there was a hint of disdain that could not be concealed. When his gaze fell on Yen Ningzhu, a hint of joy appeared on his face. He then smiled and said, "Ningzhu, since you want to try and see if you can get the spirit fruit, I will help you. However, I still have to tell you that it's best to be careful." "Okay," Yen Ningzhu replied. Then, her beautiful eyes turned to Yen Chutian and quickly said, "This is a good opportunity. Hurry up and do it." However, Yen Chutian did not immediately make a move. Instead, he looked at the white-robed man again. Then, he looked back at Yan Ningzhu with a complicated look in his eyes. Okay, as soon as his voice fell, Yan Chutian suddenly shot out and headed straight for the isolated island. This caused the bald young man to be furious. However, with the white-robed man blocking him, there was nothing he could do. Naturally, the bald young man and the white-robed man were not the only ones in the central area. There were also several powerful figures who were fighting or confronting each other. They all sensed Yan Chutian's intention, but they did not stop him. Because in their opinion, there was no need to stop him. This spirit fruit plant was extremely strange. If they were to fight alone, even if it was just one of them, they would not have the confidence to snatch the spirit fruit from it. And this fellow in front of them was only at the 3rd level of the elixir. Even if there was a 4th level elixir female disciple of the 100-Flower Palace, what could they do? Once the two of them failed, they would definitely give up on this stupid idea. Moreover, he might even be able to play the hero and save the beauty. Why not? In the blink of an eye, Yan Chutian had already appeared in front of the isolated island, and Yan Ningzhu followed closely behind. However, the moment Yan Chutian appeared on the isolated island, the originally silent strange plant suddenly whipped out a vine that was as fast as lightning, striking towards his body. Even though Yan Chutian had used his spirit energy to resist this attack, his spirit energy barrier was still forcefully broken. Accompanied by the ear-piercing sound of clothes tearing, his body was forced to retreat a few steps back in a sorry state. This situation made the top geniuses who were paying attention to the commotion here feel even more at ease. Even further away, the group of geniuses who were fighting with the spirit beasts started to jeer at him. I thought he was some kind of trash. Isn't he overestimating himself? Under such circumstances, even we would find it difficult to pluck the spirit fruit, let alone him. A mere 3rd-level elixir cultivator is asking for humiliation. Amidst the jeers, Yan Chutian's expression did not change. He did agree that this vine was strange and difficult to deal with, but if they wanted him to give up just like that, they would be underestimating him, Yan Chutian. Yan Chutian, my spirit technique is ready, but it will only be effective for a few breaths of time. Yan Ningzhu's clear voice sounded at the right time. It was only a few breaths of time, and even she herself felt that the chances were not high. After all, the time was too short. However, Yan Chutian was pleasantly surprised when he heard this. He immediately said, "A few breaths of time is enough." With that, Yan Chutian did not stay any longer. He immediately activated his spirit inscriptions, and a sword and a cauldron quickly condensed in his eyes. Then, in a situation that no one expected, 2 huge spirit inscriptions descended into the world, crazily suppressing and killing. 2 spirit inscriptions? How could he have condensed 2 spirit inscriptions? A 3rd-level elixir cultivator can condense 2 spirit inscriptions, and they are so solid. How is this possible? As the 2 spirit inscriptions appeared in the sky, countless exclamations resounded. Those geniuses could not believe it. How could a 3rd-level elixir cultivator condense 2 spirit inscriptions, and they were so solid? They were not the only ones. Even the top geniuses closest to the isolated island, who were originally looking down on him, suddenly froze at this moment. It was not that they had never condensed 2 spirit inscriptions, but there were even some who had touched the 3rd. How could a 3rd-level elixir cultivator not be able to condense 2 complete spirit inscriptions? How could they not be shocked? 2 spirit inscriptions. Chapter 219. A sword and a cauldron appeared in the sky, attracting many shocked gazes. The sword and the cauldron did not stop, but immediately suppressed the strange plant on the isolated island. Such an astonishing movement attracted the attention of countless geniuses, and naturally, the plant itself was under attack. Instantly, several vines of different thicknesses spread out from the vines like spiritual snakes. The vines that were originally commonly seen in the countryside now carried a sharpness that was sharper than a sword. It seemed that as long as they casually struck, they would be able to split a mountain and tear apart a rock. Finally, several vines burst out, whistling through the air, and went straight to the two spiritual tattoos that Yen Chutian had displayed. Seeing this scene, even the surrounding geniuses, who were shocked by Yen Chutian's ability to display two spiritual tattoos at the same time, shook their heads slightly at this time. Obviously, they did not think that Yen Chutian could block such a powerful counterattack. It was not that none of them had displayed spiritual tattoos, but the result was that they all failed. However, they did not know, nor could they guess, that when the vines, which were as sharp as knives and swords, burst out, Yen Ningzhu, who was hiding behind Yen Chutian, suddenly formed a seal with her jade-like hands. Then, strands of strange light constantly shrouded the vines that burst out. Then, an unbelievable scene appeared. When the strange smoke-like light touched the vines, the latter immediately froze in mid-air, unable to move. This scene happened too quickly and too shockingly. Even the Heaven's favorites, who were usually quick on the uptake, could not react in time. Only Yen Chutian, who had already expected this, immediately burst out. The sword and the cauldron opened the way for him, shaking off all the stiff vines. Then, he was the first to land on the isolated island. Since he had already landed on the isolated island, Yen Chutian did not hesitate at all. Spiritual power and mysterious yang qi surged out of his body. While defending himself, his big hand immediately reached for the spiritual fruits hanging on the vines. Almost in an instant, 4 spiritual fruits were in his bag. With 4 spiritual fruits in hand, Yen Chutian was not greedy at all. He immediately burst out and left the isolated island. It was his self-control that saved him. Almost at the moment when his front foot burst out, the frozen vines on his back foot all recovered. At the same time, more vines burst out and went straight to Yen Chutian. Yen Chutian could even feel the terrible murderous intent in those vines that burst out. After all, he had plucked 4 spiritual fruits at once. It would be strange if this strange plant did not violently counterattack. He has 4 spiritual fruits. Do it, don't let him go. He has 4 spiritual fruits, where can he go? At the same time, all the sky prides on the lake reacted. Then, from somewhere unknown, there was a loud shout. Suddenly, greedy eyes quickly gathered on Yen Chutian's body. They found it hard to believe that a mere level 3 elixir could obtain so many spiritual fruit. However, this was no longer important. Once the spiritual fruits were taken, they could fight with all their might. At this time, even the top sky pride's eyes were burning. Although they did not disregard their dignity and shouted, it was impossible for Yen Chutian to escape from under their eyes. Fortunately, Yen Chutian had already made arrangements. When his body burst out to escape, Luo Shui and Qiu Yu, who were somewhere in the lake, launched an attack. Vast spiritual energy burst out from Luo Shui's delicate body. As her jade-like hands slapped on the surface of the lake, it formed a layer of ice that constantly froze the surrounding area. Qiu Yu seemed to have communicated with her beforehand. As the layer of ice spread, her jade-like hands formed a seal. Then, a seemingly inconspicuous beam of light converged into the layer of ice, which actually increased the speed at which the layer of ice spread, rapidly spreading to the surrounding area. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yen Chutian burst out a few feet, at least shaking off those angry vines. However, this layer of ice was obviously a delaying tactic. Even if some of the so-called sky prides were frozen, they quickly broke free and broke out of the ice. As for the top sky prides, their reactions were even more domineering. When the layer of ice spread, they used their own methods to resist and even forcibly disintegrate it. In the next moment, these top sky prides no longer hesitated because they knew that if they continued to hesitate, it was really possible for Yen Chutian to escape. However, the moment they made their move, Qiu Yu suddenly used her spirit technique again. A Luan bird surrounded by green light slowly appeared. That was her spirit pattern. The Luan spread its wings and flew high, but the green light became more and more dazzling. As the green light shone, even the top sky prides discovered that this green light could actually suppress the circulation of spiritual energy in their bodies. It was extremely strange. Go! The spirit pattern appeared, and the area it covered was so large that even Chiu Yu's pretty face quickly turned pale at this moment. Hearing this, Yan Chutian naturally did not hesitate. His originally extremely fast speed seemed to have erupted as he quickly used the remaining layer of ice to rush to the shore. However, at this moment, the sensitive Yan Chutian instinctively felt a sense of danger. Then, he heard a gloomy and cold voice ring around him. "You'd better stay." As soon as the voice finished speaking, the layer of ice beneath Yan Chutian's feet shattered. A black sickle shot out with enough power to tear apart a mountain and slash down fiercely. However, Yan Chutian had already sensed it, so this attack was narrowly avoided by him. The owner of the gloomy voice was obviously a little surprised. He did not expect that his ghostly killing technique would be dodged by him. "TSK, you're indeed a little unusual." Yan Chutian looked back and saw a black-robed figure floating in midair. Unlike the others, he did not need to touch the water. Instead, he was directly floating in the air. The appearance of the black-robed man not only startled Yan Chutian, but also caused the surrounding crowd's gazes to change. Even the faces of the top heaven's prides slightly changed as an unprecedented solemn expression appeared on their faces. That's Han Shan. Han Shan, it's actually him, the new Great Heaven Hall Master. I didn't expect that even the sky prides of a top force like the Great Heaven Hall would appear. After a few intermittent sentences, Yan Chutian understood the black-robed figure in front of him. The Great Heaven Hall was a force that was comparable to the Divine Heavens sect. As for this Great Heaven Hall Master, he was on the same level as the Taoists of the Divine Heavens sect. Perhaps he was slightly inferior, but he was definitely an existence that could be mentioned in the same breath. Therefore, it was no wonder that the black-robed figure, who was also Han Shan, had the cultivation of a level 6 elixir. However, this immediately gave Yan Chutian a headache. Originally, he could have taken the opportunity to escape, but because of Han Shan's appearance, it was extremely difficult for him to leave now. Chapter 220. The black-robed Han Shan's eyes were cold. As one of the Great Heaven Hall's palace guards, even if he appeared alone, the commotion he caused was much greater than the other supreme talents. Numerous dignified gazes converged on him, but Han Shan seemed to have completely ignored them. He continued to look at Yan Chutian in front of him and indifferently said, "Hand over the spirit fruit and I might let you go. If I am impatient, you will have to hand over the spirit fruit and leave your life behind." The moment Han Shani opened his mouth, he was incomparably overbearing. Yan Chutian's performance earlier was merely SOSO in his eyes. As for the spirit fruit, it was already in his bag and no one could take it away from him. Seemingly because of Han Shan's actions, the surrounding supreme talents who wanted to compete for the spirit fruit did not continue to press forward. Instead, they waited for Yan Chutian's response. How could Yan Chutian not know what they were thinking? Now that Han Shan had suppressed him, they were naturally happy to see it. Once he took out the spirit fruit, the surrounding supreme talents would not wait any longer and would swarm over like a swarm of bees. Han Shan should be aware of this reason, but he did not seem worried at all. Perhaps in his opinion, as long as he obtained the spirit fruit, he would be able to escape safely. However, Yan Chutian had obtained the spirit fruit with great difficulty. How could he give it away so easily? The Great Heaven Hall's palace guard is really overbearing. However, if you want to obtain the spirit fruit, you can't just rely on a few words. Yan Chutian spoke slowly. He did not reveal any fear in his words as he confronted Han Shan. Hearing this, Han Shan's eyes narrowed as he looked at Yan Chutian. He was really curious. Where did this guy with a level 3 elixir get the courage to say such words? Could it be that he was relying on his ability to display 2 spiritual inscriptions at the same time? If that was the case, then don't blame him for not holding back. Even if 2 spiritual inscriptions were displayed at the same time, what could they do to him? Haha, some ants always rely on their little abilities and think that they are comparable to a fierce tiger. Little do they know that in the eyes of a fierce tiger, ants are just ants. Han Shan sneered as he stared at Yan Chutian. He continued, "Tell me, does this ant resemble you?" What answered Han Shan was not Yan Chutian's words, but the 2 enormous spirit tattoos that appeared in the sky once again. The sword and cauldron were displayed in front of everyone, and the immense pressure from the spirit runes spread out. Even though they had already seen it with their own eyes, many elixir level 4 and even level 5 elixir experts were still shocked when they saw it again. At the very least, most level 4 elixir prodigies and some level 5 elixir prodigies were unable to display the power of such spirit runes. However, Yan Chutian's opponent was Han Shan, one of the great Celestial Hall's palace guardians. Even if he didn't reveal anything, he would still be able to display his strength. Hence, in the eyes of the crowd, Yan Chutian was still overestimating himself. Under Han Shan's power, he would only end up being defeated miserably. Looking at the 2 enormous spirit tattoos that appeared in the sky, Han Shan didn't panic. Perhaps he wasn't the most outstanding prodigy among his peers in terms of cultivation, but he was confident that he could surpass anyone in terms of spirit runes. Hence, it wasn't impossible for him to display 2 spiritual inscriptions at the same time with his attainments in spirit runes. At this thought, Han Shan no longer hesitated. The moment he retracted his gaze, strands of strange runes spread out in the depths of his eyes. Finally, they converged to form a spirit tattoo in each of his eyes. Spirit Binding Whip Tattoo. Sun Lock Tattoo. 1. The enormous spirit tattoo fluctuation spread out rapidly. At the end of the fluctuation, a whip and a lock tattoo slowly rose up. A powerful pressure spread out, causing quite a bit of shock to the surrounding prodigies. Han Shan, he also displayed 2 spiritual inscriptions at the same time. As one of the great Heaven Hall's palace guardians, it's not impossible for him to have a high attainment in spirit runes. On the contrary, it's that guy with level 3 elixir. With his cultivation, it's incredible that he has such a high attainment in spirit runes. Judging from his appearance, he seems to be a disciple of the Heaven's Secret sect. I didn't expect such an amazing person to appear in the bottom of the second-rate forces. So what if he's amazing? He overestimated himself and fought with Han Shan. With Han Shan's strength, he can definitely suppress him. What a pity. Given the great Heaven Hall's way of doing things, they won't show any mercy to the loser. He overestimated himself. Who else can he blame? As they discussed, the crowd seemed to have foreseen Yan Chutian's fate. In their opinion, Yan Chutian was definitely not Han Shan's match. At the same time, looking at Han Shan displaying 2 spiritual inscriptions, Yan Chutian knew that Han Shan's attainment in spirit runes was not low. At the very least, he was the best among all the opponents he had ever met. If he had met such a guy under normal circumstances, he would definitely have a good fight with him. However, the current situation was obviously not the time to fight. If he delayed any longer, he might not be able to leave. Therefore, Yan Chutian deliberately sped up and the 4 spiritual inscriptions in the sky collided with each other. With the memory of his previous life, Yan Chutian's comprehension and study of spirit runes could not be judged with common sense. Therefore, even if Han Shan had a high attainment in spirit runes, he would at most be on par with Yan Chutian in a head-on fight. The powerful fluctuations from the collision of spiritual inscriptions swept out. When one looked at the center, they saw that the 4 spiritual inscriptions were still in a stalemate. However, this was obviously not an outcome that Han Shan could accept. As the palace guard of the Great Heaven Palace, How could he accept that a guy who was merely at the third level of the elixir could be on par with him? If news of this spread out, how could he, Han Shan, maintain his reputation? However, just as Han Shan was thinking about this, Yan Chutian had already launched another attack. Under his forceful coercion, a strange giant beast shrouded in flames stepped on the ground and descended into the world. The appearance of the giant beast immediately caused a huge commotion among the crowd. They could clearly feel that the giant flame beast was emitting the power of spiritual inscriptions. In other words, it was also a spiritual inscription. However, from the looks of it, it seemed that Yan Chutian had displayed the third spiritual inscription. However, how could a mere cultivator at the third level of the elixir condense 3 spiritual inscriptions? This is his third spiritual inscription? How is this possible? He's clearly only at the third level of the elixir. How could he condense 3 spiritual inscriptions? Moreover, he actually displayed all 3 spiritual inscriptions at the same time. How terrifying is his attainment in spirit runes! In an instant, Yan Chutian had caused too much shock. Not only the surrounding crowd, but even Han Shan, who was still unable to accept this and was furious, had a drastic change in his expression at this moment. There was an unprecedented shock in his eyes. Chapter 221. As the giant flaming beast stomped on the ground, a scorching hot and violent aura spread out, immediately causing several practitioners to feel as if they were facing a great enemy. Even some of the primal core 5th-level geniuses would find it difficult to match up to such a powerful spirit tattoo. And when they thought about how such a shocking third spirit rune was cast by a third-level elixir cultivator, they felt even more ashamed of their inferiority. Normally, they could still think of themselves as geniuses, but now, in front of Yan Chutian, they could not even raise their heads. Not to mention them, even the Great Sky Hall's hall guard, Han Shan, was shocked at this moment. It was not that he had not condensed the third spirit rune, but it was only after he stepped into the 6th level of elixir that he gradually condensed it. However, this seemingly ordinary disciple of the Heaven Secrets sect in front of him had actually condensed the third spirit rune at the 3rd level of elixir. How terrifying was this! While he was shocked, Han Shan's heart was already filled with unconcealable jealousy and killing intent. He could imagine that if the other party was allowed to grow, or even if his cultivation was a little higher, his current situation would be very dangerous. Therefore, no matter what, he could no longer hide anything. Even if he could not kill him, he had to defeat him here and break his confidence. Huff, as he breathed in deeply, a strange pattern that was different from before slowly appeared in the depths of Han Shan's eyes. It was his third spirit rune, the Wanxiang rune. However, what Han Shan and the others did not expect was that just as Han Shan was about to unleash the third spirit rune, the giant flame beast above Yan Chutian's body suddenly charged down and released the power of its own flames into the crowd. That flame was not an ordinary flame. It was even more terrifying than a spiritual energy flame. As it burned, not only could it burn through the spiritual energy barriers of many geniuses, it also seemed to be able to ignite the blood in their bodies, causing them to burn from the inside out. Damn it! What kind of flame is this? Why is it so strange? I'm just here to watch the show, why are you burning me? By the time the flames gradually subsided, Han Shan's expression was already extremely furious. The flame fluctuation from earlier had also spread to his body. Although it did not cause much damage to him, it still caused him to be in a miserable state. However, the myriad form rune had already appeared above his head. Now it was time for him to counterattack. However, when Han Shan's line of sight shot towards where Yan Chutian was, he suddenly discovered that the thin and small figure had already disappeared without him noticing. Han Shan was not a fool. At this moment, how could he not understand? No wonder the opponent's attack was so strange. He had clearly decided to escape long ago. following which, his cold and stern gaze turned. Indeed, those people who were related to Yan Chutian had all disappeared at this moment. Clearly, they had fled together with the other party during the chaos just now. Although Han Shan's expression was only gloomy, his lungs were about to explode from anger. How could he have expected that the other party would be so shameless as to use the third spiritual rune not to fight but to escape? Where are the disciples of the Heaven's Fate sect? Gone? Damn it, it must be because of the commotion just now that he took the opportunity to escape. What a shameless villain. He actually escaped among the few beautiful women from the Hundreds of Flowers Palace. The tall woman in red looked at the direction where Yan Chutian had disappeared, and then looked at where Yan Ningzhu had disappeared. She couldn't help but shake her head and whisper helplessly. This little junior sister, I really don't know where to turn my elbow. As she spoke softly, there was no trace of anger in the red-clothed woman's tone, because once upon a time she was also like this. For a certain man, she would not care about anything and would not care about anything. She only hoped that this reclusive little junior sister of hers would not be like her, trusting the wrong person. A streak of fire suddenly shot out from the valley like a bolt of lightning. Immediately after, it rushed forward for nearly 1,000 feet before finally coming to a stop. When the flames gradually dissipated, 3 delicate figures flew out one after another and landed on the ground. Compared to the 3 women, Yan Chutian was in a much more sorry state. He had completely fallen out of the flames and smashed onto the grass. However, the 3 women were concerned about Yan Chutian's sorry state at the same time. The moment they saw him fall, the 3 women actually cried out at the same time and rushed forward. However, no matter what, Yan Chutian would not have the fortune of being supported by the 3 women at the same time. When they sensed it, the other 2 women retreated, and only Chiao Yu helped Yan Chutian up. For a moment, the atmosphere could not help but become somewhat awkward. Let's continue. Perhaps we left abruptly, but there's no guarantee that no one will catch up. At this time, only Yan Chutian's thoughts were still on the line. After hurriedly glancing at the valley behind him, he hurriedly said. Then, ignoring his pale face, he flashed forward again. Because of Yan Chutian's words, the 3 women immediately resolved the awkwardness between them. Then, they followed closely behind Yan Chutian and continued to flee in the direction of the valley. The facts that followed also proved that Yan Chutian's idea was reasonable. Just a few breaths after they left again, many figures rushed out from the valley and appeared here. Damn it, they ran really fast. Some of the Heaven's Prides gritted their teeth and said coldly. Obviously, they did not expect the other party to escape so quickly. However, since the situation was already in front of them, these Heaven's Prides could only rush back to the valley. They couldn't chase aimlessly. The chances of that being fruitless were too high. Compared to that, even though the chances of obtaining the spirit fruit on the island in the lake were very small, there was still a little hope. After all, the spirit fruit was right in front of them. After flying for nearly a quarter of an hour, they suddenly saw many caves and valleys appear on the ground in front of them. The 4 of them randomly chose a cave to enter, held their breaths, and hid themselves. At this time, Yan Chutian finally stopped fighting and took the last restore pill, then quickly refined the medicinal power and recovered. Fortunately, Yan Chutian cultivated the mysterious Yang Qi condensation technique. Although this technique could not be used directly in combat, its auxiliary effect was even greater than that of the spiritual eye. Under the continuous circulation of the mysterious Yang Qi condensation technique, Yan Chutian's body was restored as soon as possible. After about an hour, he was back to normal. Feeling that Yan Chutian's movement was gradually subsiding, the 3 women's gazes were cast over. Facing the 3 women's bright and beautiful eyes, Yan Chutian did not say much and immediately took out the 4 spirit fruits one by one. Chapter 222. Looking at the 4 fragrant and alluring spirit fruits, the 3 women couldn't help but reveal a trace of excitement on their faces. Just like Yen Chutian, they were also looking forward to this spirit fruit. Moreover, they had worked hard to obtain it, so the meaning was naturally even more different. Yen Chutian didn't let the three women wait for too long. He immediately opened and closed his palms, and the three spirit fruits floated into their palms under the support of his spirit energy. Everyone, refine and absorb them as soon as possible. After refining, we must find the location of the 1,000-star tree as soon as possible. Otherwise, even if we can obtain more opportunities from participating in this test, we will miss out on the most important thing. Hearing this, the three women all nodded their heads, agreeing with Yen Chutian's words. No matter how many opportunities there were, their goal was not just to obtain opportunities, but to stand out and participate in the Heaven's Pride event in the entire Central Plains. If they participated in the Heaven's Pride event, whether it was the training they received or the rewards they received, it was far from what they could compare to now. But of course, Chiao Yu's thoughts were still to return to the Heaven Realm and stop the scheme of the Divine Realm. As for Yen Ningzhu, she also knew the background and purpose of Yen Chutian and Chiao Yu, so from a certain point of view, she wanted to help the two of them and stop the terrifying conspiracy of that terrifying force. Moreover, if possible, she also wanted to enter the vast Heaven Realm. It was fine if she didn't know about it, but now that she knew that such a wonderful world was in front of her, how could she not look forward to it? In short, the three women quickly found a good place to sit in the cave, and then silently refined the spirit fruits in their hands. Looking at this scene, Yen Chutian naturally did not hesitate anymore. His big hand gently rubbed the small, round, jade-like spirit fruit in his hand, and gradually closed his eyes. Refining was always a long process. After all, for a heavenly treasure that was hard to obtain, no cultivator was willing to waste its effect because of their own haste. After refining for about 6 to 8 hours, Yen Chutian finally felt a strand of strange medicinal power entering his body. However, what Yen Chutian did not expect was that the medicinal power that was introduced was actually scarlet red like blood. An extremely ferocious and overbearing aura spread out, and actually took the initiative to attack him. Even Yen Chutian was caught off guard by such an abrupt situation. After all, how could he have imagined that refining and absorbing the medicinal power of the spiritual fruit would result in such a bizarre situation? However, Yen Chutian remained vigilant from beginning to end. This was an instinct that stemmed from his battle experience. Therefore, when the strange medicinal power attacked, the spiritual energy in his dantian quickly surged and fearlessly wrapped around the medicinal power. While being enveloped by his spiritual power, Yen Chutian was shocked to find that the medicinal power actually took on the shape of a ferocious beast and resisted his spiritual power. This situation made Yen Chutian feel incredulous. No matter how he looked at it, the refined spirit fruit didn't look like medicinal power, but more like blood essence. Thinking of this, Yen Chutian suddenly recalled the doubts he had when he scanned the strange plant with his spiritual eye. Thinking about it this way, perhaps he had thought in the wrong direction. Perhaps it wasn't a plant at all, but a spiritual beast. If it was really as Yen Chutian thought, then the spiritual beast was really too frightening. It could actually deceive so many people and transform into a spiritual plant. However, now was not the time to care about it. Since the medicinal power looked like blood essence, Yen Chutian immediately thought of the spirit art scattered star mark. Currently, he had barely cultivated this spirit art to the first yuan level. However, if he could absorb this seemingly blood essence, he might be able to smoothly break through to the second yuan level. However, this process was not a small risk. After all, because of all kinds of strange things, even Yen Chutian was not sure what this substance was. However, Yen Chutian was not a wishy-washy person. He quickly made up his mind and continued to use his spiritual qi to guide the substance that looked like the blood essence of a fierce beast, brewing and absorbing it. After a full day, the atmosphere at Yen Chutian's place was still calm. However, on this day, the three women woke up one after another. However, when they saw that Yen Chutian was still cultivating, they did not do anything and continued to sit cross-legged in silence to consolidate their bodies. However, there was an exception among the three women, and that was Qiuyu. She also came from the heavenly realm, and had accompanied Yen Chutian for a long time. She knew all about Yen Chutian, so after a little observation, she knew that Yen Chutian was cultivating the spirit art, scattered star mark. It's really blood essence. Noticing this, Qiuyu couldn't help but think to herself. Just now, when she was refining and absorbing the spirit fruit, she had noticed something strange. But now, it seemed that she was not the only one who was different. Everyone was different. Fortunately, even if it was blood essence, it was still very useful after refining and absorbing it. Otherwise, the whole process of seizing and refining it would have been a waste. At the same time, Yen Chutian was still sitting cross-legged in silence. However, on his arms, in addition to the purple crystal light that was flickering faintly, another kind of scarlet light also emerged. This was a sign that the blood essence of a fierce beast was about to be completely transformed. As long as the color of the second crystal light was stable, Yen Chutian's spirit art would advance to the second fragmentary star mark. It was conceivable that the second fragmentary star mark was much more powerful than the first fragmentary star mark. However, it still needed time to complete. Another day passed. Finally, on Yen Chutian's arms, the faintly discernible radiance was no longer a single color. Instead, there were two, purple and scarlet red. This meant that Yen Chutian had completely refined the second fragmentary star mark. Sure enough, after an hour, Yen Chutian opened his eyes that had been closed for a long time. When he opened his eyes, a trace of unconcealed joy appeared on his face. He didn't expect that after several days of cultivation, he would actually succeed in cultivating a spirit art. Yen Chutian could clearly feel that if he used the fragmentary star mark again, the power that would erupt would definitely be much stronger than before. This kind of increase in power was not just a simple multiplication. To be clear, it was a rapid increase of several times. Moreover, in addition to the cultivation of spirit art, Yen Chutian's cultivation had more or less increased. Now, he was close to the peak of the third level of elixir. Although this did not reach Yen Chutian's cultivation growth goal, overall, the harvest was not small. The moment Yen Chutian stopped cultivating, the three women's gazes converged on his body. In response, Yen Chutian nodded gently at the three women, then stood up and said directly, "Let's go. It's urgent to find the location of the 1,000-star tree. I'm afraid that by now, someone has already found the location of the 1,000-star tree." Okay. The three women nodded in unison. Then, the four of them walked out of the cave and returned to the surface. When the four of them began to search for the 1,000-star tree, Yen Chutian also learned about the situation of the spirit fruits that they had obtained. The result was as expected. When they were refining the spirit fruits, they also encountered Yen Chutian's situation. This made Yen Chutian completely certain that the plant that looked like a spirit plant was in fact not a strange spirit plant, but a ferocious beast. However, he did not know what kind of method it used to deceive the world. Even he had been fooled by it. However, this was no longer something that Yen Chutian needed to worry about. Now, it was difficult for them to even find the location of the lake, let alone do anything to the ferocious beast. However, Yen Chutian was somewhat gloating over the misfortune of those so-called geniuses. He had taken away 4 drops of blood essence in one go. The ferocious beast, who had schemed to hide itself, would not let it go so easily, right? Since the ferocious beast could not find him, it would naturally attack those geniuses. Back to the main topic, Yen Chutian was constantly scanning the surroundings with his spiritual eye, looking for the so-called 1,000-star tree. However, in this vast space, how difficult was it to find a spirit tree? It was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Therefore, after searching for more than 10 days, the four of them came up empty-handed. Instead, during the process, the four of them found quite a number of decent heavenly treasures. They didn't know whether to cry or laugh. On this day, while the four of them were searching, a huge black river suddenly appeared before their eyes. However, this was not the first time that they had seen such a scene. Over the past 10 days, they had already seen lakes, streams, valleys, and short mountains. Therefore, when they looked at it again, they didn't find it strange. Chapter 223. Looking at the huge black river in front of him, Yan Chutian instinctively felt that something was different even though the black river looked normal. Seeing Yan Chutian stop, the three women who were following closely behind him also stopped. Their beautiful eyes glanced at Yan Chutian in confusion, and then looked at the huge black river. However, even Xiao Yu did not find anything strange. It seemed that the black river was really ordinary, and Yan Chutian was just being paranoid. However, just when Xiao Yu wanted to remind Yan Chutian not to be so nervous, a white shadow gradually floated over from the dark river. The white shadow approached from afar. When it floated past the four of them, they realized that the white shadow was actually a corpse. The corpse was swollen. It was unknown how long it had been soaked in the black river. Even though it was already dead, the corpse's eyes were still wide open. Deep fear emerged in its lifeless pupils. It was really hard to imagine what he had encountered. Even after death, he still maintained such a frightened expression. Seeing the corpse floating over the black river, the three women who thought that Yan Chutian was being paranoid suddenly tensed up. Pairs of beautiful eyes quickly swept over the black river in front of them, carefully watching every movement, afraid that they would miss something. However, even though the three women were extremely cautious, they still could not find anything strange. At the same time, as the white shadow corpse floated away, the black river returned to its previous calmness. It was as if the scene they had seen just now was just an illusion. However, the four of them knew that it was absolutely not an illusion. In the black river in front of them, there was a genius disciple who had fallen. It was really strange. But no matter what, the four of them seemed to be unable to avoid the black river. Even though the black river was not wide, its length seemed to be endless and there was no end. Then, the four of them tried to go around the black river. The result proved this point. They kept moving along the black river in a certain direction, trying to go around it. However, after walking for a full day, they still couldn't see any signs of reaching the source or the end of the road. Thus, the four of them could only helplessly face the black river in front of them again. Yan Chutian continuously scanned the area with his spiritual eye, but under his spiritual eye, the black river was completely ordinary. However, he also discovered that there was not the slightest bit of life in the huge black river. This seemed to be a dead river. But if it was the death river, why wasn't there an aura of death emanating from it? Instead, it was emitting a faint aura of life. Life aura. Yan Chutian's eyes suddenly brightened. Because of the mention of life aura, he involuntarily thought of the strange skeletons and monsters that could absorb life force when he first entered the periphery of the myriad star valley. Was this black river the same as those strange creatures? Could it also absorb life force? Thinking of this, Yan Chutian immediately took out a spiritual medicine from his Qiankuan bag and carefully threw it into the black river. However, the scene of the spiritual medicine being sucked dry and quickly decaying did not appear. The whole spiritual medicine was still intact and floating on the lake, drifting with the waves. Perhaps this scene could deceive most of the cultivators, but it could never deceive Yan Chutian. Because under the scan of his spiritual eye, he could clearly feel that although the spiritual medicine still had its shape, the life aura contained inside had completely disappeared. In other words, this spiritual medicine was only an empty shell left. This situation immediately made Yan Chutian's mind more dignified. Because even if he could detect the truth, he could not find out when the spiritual medicine's life force was absorbed and what it was. Generally speaking, there were only two possibilities. Either Yen Chutian inadvertently ignored it, or even Yen Chutian could not capture its movement. Of the two explanations, it was obvious that the latter was more convincing. When Yen Chutian told the three girls this explanation, only Chiao Yu was slightly calm. As for the other two girls, their beautiful eyes were slightly opened, and their beautiful faces revealed undisguised shock. After a while, Yen Ningzhu, who had calmed down, looked at the Black River cautiously and asked softly, "Then what should we do next? Should we continue to try to go around it, or take the risk and cross it?" Hearing this, Yen Chutian could not help but weigh the pros and cons in his heart. After thinking for a while, he finally locked his gaze on the Black River and said slowly, "Let's cross it." Yen Chutian's decision was not without his own considerations. Indeed, going around it should be the safest and most secure choice, but the truth was that they did not have enough time. Secondly, with the various strange appearances of the Black River, Yen Chutian could imagine that it would not be easy to go around it. Perhaps it would be impossible to go around it. Therefore, it was better to just choose to cross it. After all, even if he faced many strange things, he was not without countermeasures. No matter what, he was once one of the top 10 heaven's prides in the heaven realm. Cross it? Yen Ningzhu seemed to be talking to herself. Then, she looked at the Black River in front of her and said again, "If you want to cross it, I might have something that can be of some use." As her voice fell, a delicate and small boat was taken out by Yen Ningzhu and appeared on her palm. "As long as you inject spiritual energy to open the seal, this small boat will turn into a real boat. And this boat's entire body is made of strange metal, so you don't have to worry about whether its vitality will be sucked." Yen Ningzhu was able to take out such an important item at such a critical moment, which was tantamount to sending charcoal in snowy weather. Yen Chutian's face was filled with joy. He stared at the mini-boat in the former's hand and said with a smile, "With this spiritual boat, our chances of successfully crossing it will be much higher." Then, the four of them did not delay any longer. When Yen Ningzhu unsealed the boat and put it into the Black River, they rushed onto the boat one by one. Then, under the control of the former, they headed towards the opposite shore. However, Yen Chutian would never have thought that after their boat set sail, they would find that the opposite shore, which seemed to be close at hand, was something that they could not reach no matter how hard they tried. It was as if there was a long distance between them. This made Yen Chutian feel that something was wrong. This Black River was indeed as he had expected. There was actually such a strange existence in it. What's going on? This Black River has a formation similar to a spatial restriction. The opposite shore that seems to be close at hand is actually a huge distance away from us. Of course, it's also possible that the opposite shore is really in front of us, but with our strength, it's impossible to reach it. Then what should we do? Turn back and leave? Yen Chutian decisively decided. However, the moment he finished speaking, Luo Shui, who had been silent all this time, suddenly pointed to the right and said, "I'm afraid it's already too late for us to leave." Looking in the direction of Luo Shui's jade-like finger, they saw that from the upper reaches of the Black River, there was a large fog shrouding them. At the same time, they did not know if it was an illusion, but there seemed to be a shadow of a black boat looming in the fog, coming along with the thick fog. The sudden appearance of the thick fog did not give the four of them any time to prepare, and they were immediately swallowed up. Being enveloped by the thick fog, the four of them immediately became headless flies, unable to distinguish north from south. Not only did the thick fog block spiritual energy perception, even Yen Chutian's spiritual eye was limited, and its effect was minimal. It was as if they were completely trapped in the Black River and the thick fog. Bang! Before the first wave subsided, another wave rose, and suddenly, the sound of collision rang out. Their small boat seemed to have hit something, and when they looked over, they realized that it was actually a huge boat that was dozens of times bigger than them. However, this boat was very old and shabby, and the body of the boat was tattered, as if it had experienced countless collisions like this, and could completely shatter at any time. "Is this the shadow of the boat that we saw just now?" Yan Ningzhu said softly, her beautiful eyes scanning the ancient boat in front of her, and gradually looking up. As she looked up, a sharp sound suddenly rang out, and a bronze-green spear shadow shot towards Yan Ningzhu at lightning speed, as if it wanted to pierce through her. However, Yan Ningzhu was a genius, and even though she was in danger, she managed to dodge it, causing the spear shadow to miss. After dodging the attack, Yan Ningzhu's cold and beautiful eyes immediately looked in the direction of the source of the attack. She wanted to see who had launched a sneak attack on her. However, after taking a look, she could not help but cry out in surprise, because the source of the attack was not a person, but a corpse that was so rotten that only bones were left, wrapped in ancient clothes. Chapter 224. Suddenly seeing such a strange scene, even Yan Ningzhu's pretty face changed at this moment. In a panic, she did not continue to attack. Instead, the black armored skeleton pulled back the similarly decayed long spear and fled into the boat. When Yan Ningzhu came back to her senses, she could no longer see the strange corpse. All she could see was the incomparably huge body of the boat, emitting a silent strangeness. What Yan Ningzhu saw was actually what Yan Chutian and the others saw, but even Yan Chutian and Qiu Yu did not know what it was. It was clearly a decaying ancient corpse that had died for an unknown number of years, but it could move strangely and even attack them. However, perhaps it was because of the situation in front of them, the four of them accepted it very quickly. After all, ever since they came into contact with this black river, strangeness came one after another. In this situation, it seemed that no matter what happened, it was not impossible. While staring at the movement of the big black boat, Yan Chutian asked in a low voice, "Miss Yan, can the boat still move?" Hearing this, Yan Ningzhu lowered her body to observe the situation of the boat. After a while, she raised her head, but there was a hint of helplessness on her face. "It can't move. The contact just now has destroyed this spirit boat. Not to mention whether it can continue to be used. I'm afraid it will soon sink into the river." "Is there a spare boat?" Luo Shui immediately asked. This black river was so strange that it could silently absorb the power of life. If it was not to the extent that they had no other choice, they would not be willing to come into contact with it. However, hearing this, Yan Ningzhu shook her head again, and a strong sense of helplessness appeared on her pretty face. Even without saying much, the other three knew that she did not have an extra or a spare spirit boat. But in this case, what should they do? Knowing the difficult situation in front of them, Yan Chutian also felt that there was no way to deal with it. This kind of strange and clueless situation was very similar to when he experienced some of the forbidden areas in the heaven realm. It was impossible for him to find an excellent way to deal with it. After closing his eyes slightly, Yan Chutian opened his eyes again and sighed. He slowly said, "Get ready to board this black ship." Once this was said, there was no need for Yan Chutian to explain further. The other three all knew which ship Yan Chutian was referring to. However, the origin of this black ship was unknown, and it came with a thick fog. Moreover, there was that strange thing at the bow of the ship that attacked them. How could they board it so easily? However, when they opened their mouths, they were shocked to find that they couldn't utter any objections at all. In the end, they all obediently followed behind Yan Chutian and prepared to board the ship. But of course, Qiu Yu had no intention of objecting to this. It could even be said that she thought of this solution immediately. Soon after, the four of them slowly boarded the black ship. As soon as they boarded the deck of the ship, an ear-piercing creaking sound immediately sounded, as if the decaying deck could break at any time. Looking around, the white fog on the deck seemed to be thicker than the surface of the black river. It was almost to the point where they couldn't see their fingers in front of them. However, other than that, there was no attack as expected. Of course, the four of them didn't rule out the possibility that the strange corpse was waiting for them. Maybe it was hiding in a corner, waiting for an opportunity to sneak attack them. Without letting the three women speak, Yen Chutian, who was vigilant of the surroundings, immediately said, "Let's not separate. No one knows what is on this big ship. Maybe it's only that strange thing just now, but it's very likely that there are more." In fact, even if Yen Chutian didn't say it clearly, how could the three women not know about this situation? However, since Yen Chutian had spoken, the three women quickly agreed. Then, the four of them stayed together and groped towards the interior of the ship. Slowly moving along the decaying deck, the ear-piercing creaking sound didn't stop along the way. After moving forward like this for about half an hour, the four of them vaguely realized that they seemed to have touched some kind of obstacle. Yen Chutian looked over and saw that there was a huge door in front of them. This seemed to be the entrance to the cabin, and this door and the cabin were as rotten as they had seen before. It seemed to be completely ruined at any time. Since they had come to this point, the four of them naturally couldn't take a detour. Under vigilance, Yen Chutian slowly stretched out his palm and slowly pushed open the cabin door in front of him. Creak, the cabin door that had been sealed for an unknown period of time was slowly pushed open, but what was surprising was that as the cabin door was opened, there was no stench of decay spreading out from the inside. In fact, when they sniffed carefully, the aura that drifted out actually carried a fragrance, as if a mortal who had slept indoors for a night suddenly smelled the scent of the morning outside the house. What was even more inconceivable was that the scene inside the cabin wasn't as dark as the four of them had imagined. Instead, it was much clearer than the dense fog outside. Therefore, they immediately saw that the cabin didn't have any signs of decay like the outside world. Everything was placed in an orderly manner, and there was no sign of dust. After taking a few steps closer, Yen Chutian discovered that there was still fresh food on the spotless wooden table. There was even a cup of hot tea, and there was a fragrance of hot steam continuously drifting out. From the looks of it, it seemed that someone had just been eating and drinking here. Such a strange scene made Yen Chutian puzzled. No matter how hard he thought, it was impossible for him to imagine that such a scene would exist in this rotten and dilapidated black cabin. When they turned their gazes again, the four of them saw 3 potted plants quietly placed beside the wooden table. However, these potted plants weren't simple. They were 3 heavenly treasures. Each potted plant had many fruits, and including the fruits, the entire potted plant exuded a rich and fresh aura. Even just smelling it made one feel comfortable and energetic. "There are spirit fruits," Luo Shui whispered in surprise, her beautiful eyes slightly brightening. It was really surprising that he could find a spirit fruit in such a strange ship. But even so, none of the 4 of them acted rashly. Because the scene in front of them was really unbelievable. In such a strange black ship, there was actually such a peaceful scene, and there were even spirit fruits close at hand. How could it be? However, no matter how the 4 of them observed, they couldn't see anything strange at all. Even when Yen Chutian used his spiritual eye, he still saw the scene in front of him. In this way, no matter how cautious the 4 of them were, they had to accept the scene in front of them. Then the 4 of them picked all the spirit fruit. After they got the spirit fruits, they exuded a stronger fragrance than before, which really made them unwilling to look away for a moment. Under such circumstances, Yen Chutian didn't notice that Luo Shui, Qiu Yu, and Yen Ningzhu, who were holding the spirit fruits, seemed to have a strange green light flashing in their beautiful eyes. It seemed that they couldn't wait to sit cross-legged and refine the fruits in their hands. In the next moment, Yen Chutian himself didn't notice that there was a strange green light flashing in his eyes. Then he subconsciously sat down cross-legged and prepared to refine the spirit fruits in his hands. When the 4 of them began to refine, they didn't know that the originally peaceful scene around them was suddenly completely reversed. There was indeed food on the broken wooden table, but the food was pieces of rotten meat, and there were even worms wriggling on the meat. The 3 potted plants were not spirit trees with rich fragrance at all, but rotten bones emitting a foul smell. As for what they were refining in their hands, it was not the heads of bones. The head seemed to be smiling yet not smiling, crying yet not crying. 2 balls of green light flickered in its deep eye socket. It looked closely at the 4 people's joyful faces, as if something was about to rush out and rush into their mouths. The crisis was close at hand. At the critical moment, a jade hand suddenly waved and continuously shot out palm prints of spiritual power, slapping the heads away from the hands of the 4 people. When the heads were slapped away, there was suddenly an ear-piercing scream. The scream was extremely angry, as if it was resentful that the good thing was ruined at the critical moment. The moment the scream sounded, Yen Chutian, who was originally pleasantly surprised, immediately woke up and glanced at the surrounding scene. How could he not know that everything just now was an illusion, and that the illusion had even deceived him? Chapter 225. Hearing this familiar voice, Yen Chutian couldn't help but look at Xiaoyu, who was right in front of him, and said in surprise, You are not Xiaoyu but Muwan? Humph! How could that woman see through such an illusion? But fortunately she was confused, or I wouldn't have the chance to come out. Before her voice died away, Muwan changed the topic and said immediately, But we should deal with the situation in front of us first. Now you should be able to scan with your spiritual eye. I don't think our situation is good. Yen Chutian opened his spiritual eye again and scanned the surroundings. This time, the spiritual eye was indeed useful. Under the scan of the spiritual eye, he could see corpses and skeletons in decaying robes, holding broken spears in their hands, walking out from the darkness of the ship. They were already surrounded. Mysterious Yang sword mark. The situation was urgent, so Yen Chutian didn't hesitate at all. After a little preparation, the power of his spiritual tattoo was displayed. A huge heavy sword appeared above his head, and with a flash of cold light, the heavy sword with spiritual tattoo immediately slashed at several skeletons with war spears. At the same time, Yen Chutian didn't slow down. His right foot slightly stepped on the ground, and his body burst out like an arrow, going straight to a skeleton. When he was close to the skeleton, Yen Chutian suddenly raised his right arm. Under the cover of the spiritual power, he fiercely punched at the skeleton in front of him. Bang! A muffled sound was heard in an instant. However, under the punch, the skeleton was shocked to find that although it was knocked back several feet, its body trembled slightly, and it actually stood up again, and slowly walked toward them. This made Yen Chutian immediately understand that these skeletons were not as easy to deal with as they seemed. Boom! At the same time, the heavy sword with spiritual tattoo had cut off several skeletons, but the result was almost the same as the skeletons that Yen Chutian had slapped away. With a slight tremble, the skeletons slowly stood up again, as if they were reborn. Muwan's situation was the same. She kept slapping away the skeletons that surrounded them, but she found that she couldn't cause any damage at all. And if this continued, it would only slow down the speed of being completely surrounded. As time passed, they would be completely surrounded eventually. Yen Chutian, what should we do? In this case, Muwan didn't have the arrogance she had before, so she had to ask Yen Chutian. But what could Yen Chutian do? He looked down at Luo Shui and Yen Ningzhu, who was still unconscious, and said, We have to rush out of here. We will take one each of these 2 women. Okay. Although these skeletons' body they stills breaks, their attack power, their strength, they ants break, they break out of the cabin. When they rushed to the deck, they were happy that the worst situation didn't happen. Although there were similar skeletons and corpses on the deck, there were not many of them. Therefore, under the attack of the 2 people, they finally forced these skeletons to retreat, and then rushed to the edge of the hull. But there was no way out. Under the thick fog, there was the rolling water of the Black River. And behind them, there were skeletons and corpses that kept coming. Staying on the Black Ship was almost a dead end, but if they went into the river, they would also be in danger. After all, no matter what kind of horrible killing intent was hidden in the river, the strange power of sucking living creatures was impossible to guard against, and they didn't know how to resist. But since they had broken through to this point, Yen Chutian naturally wouldn't stay on the ship and wait for death. He glanced at Mu Wan, who was a little overwhelmed beside him, and whispered, "Use your spiritual power to protect yourself and the person on your back, and then jump." Mu Wan didn't refute Yen Chutian, but followed his instructions. After using her spiritual power to protect herself and Luo Shui, she followed Yen Chutian and jumped off the black ship together. After a moment of weightlessness, the two fell from the thick white fog to the bottom. However, the two of them didn't fall into the water awkwardly as they imagined. They actually landed on the ground. In surprise, the white fog in front of them was also disappearing. When they looked carefully, they found that the white fog was clearly following the black ship, continuing to go downstream of the Black River. As for themselves, they seemed to have reached the other side of the Black River. This sudden turn of events left the two of them scratching their heads. How did the crisis disappear just like that? But next, they didn't give Yen Chutian and Mu Wan too much time to think. On their backs, Luo Shui and Yen Ningzhu both woke up slowly. At the same time, Mu Wan's pretty face suddenly turned pale, and drops of cold sweat kept falling from her forehead. It seemed that she was very tired. But she refused to give up anyway. She always insisted and gritted her teeth and whispered, "You just woke up and you want to compete for the dominance, don't even think about it." Hearing this, Yen Chutian knew that Chiao Yu's consciousness had also awakened, and she was already fighting for the dominance of the body. This situation made Yen Chutian not know what to do. He couldn't intervene, and he didn't want to intervene. Otherwise, whether it was Chiao Yu or Mu Wan, he would be too ashamed to face them. Now the only thing Yen Chutian wanted was to gather the heaven and earth treasures needed to practice that martial art as soon as possible. Moreover, he had to find the Tao sculpting lotus that Chiao Yu needed to rebuild her body as soon as possible. Among these heaven and earth treasures, in fact, only the Tao sculpting lotus that Chiao Yu needed to rebuild her body was the most difficult to find. It was also the only heaven and earth treasure that Yen Chutian wasn't sure if it existed in this mortal world. Back to the topic, with the two women waking up, the pale and struggling Mu Wan gradually returned to normal. But when she opened her eyes, the light in her beautiful eyes was very clear to Yen Chutian. This was definitely not Mu Wan, but his Chiao Yu. And sure enough, the next moment, Chiao Yu whispered in a voice that only the two of them could vaguely hear, "What happened just now? Why did that woman run out?" At the same time, Luo Shui and Yen Ningzhu also looked at them in confusion. Luo Shui was fine, but Yen Ningzhu's gaze was mixed with a hint of shyness. Because during the period when she was unconscious, she found that her clothes were torn a little, and it happened to be the clothes close to her chest. Looking at the situation at this time, it was clear that only Yen Chutian had a complete memory. How could this not make her think in a certain direction? Could it be that this guy used too much strength when he was sneaking around? In this regard, Yen Chutian didn't hide anything and immediately told the situation one by one. But of course, in his story, he naturally didn't say that Mu Wan in Chiao Yu's body woke up, but he carried 3 people on his back and finally jumped off the black ship. In private, Yen Chutian told the details to Chiao Yu. Listening to Yen Chutian's words, Yen Ningzhu immediately knew that she was thinking too much. Her clothes were probably accidentally torn by the skeleton's spears when they were escaping. Thinking of this, Yen Ningzhu blushed slightly. "What's wrong with me? Why am I thinking in that direction?" In short, knowing that they had crossed the Black River safely, the 4 of them breathed a sigh of relief. They didn't expect that the Black River would be so difficult to cross and that there would be so much danger hidden. Since they had crossed the Black River, the 4 of them rested for a while and continued to move forward. And this time, it seemed that the hard times were over and the good times were just beginning. After moving forward for less than an hour, the 4 of them saw a huge tree in the distance, standing proudly at the end of the horizon. On the huge tree there were light spots that shone like stars, so the four of them didn't have to think too much and connected this huge tree with the thousand-star tree. Thousand-star tree! Yen Chutian whispered, and a deep joy appeared on his face. The process of finally finding the spirit tree after going through so many hardships really made one involuntarily excited. Then, without anyone saying anything, the four of them rushed toward the huge tree at the end of the horizon at the same time. It was only when they really flew that the four of them finally understood a kind of feeling, and that was what it meant to run a horse to death by looking at a mountain. The huge tree was at the end of the horizon, but the three of them flew for several hours, and the huge tree was still in the same place. At a glance, it seemed that they had stayed in the same place and hadn't moved forward. After flying for a full day, the four of them finally felt that they were close to the huge tree. And only when they were really close did they finally understand how huge and magnificent this huge tree was. Chapter 226. The towering tree was right before their eyes. Looking at such a spectacular and shocking scene, even without thinking, the four of them couldn't help but think of the myriad star tree. The following scene also confirmed the identity of the myriad star tree. As far as the eye could see, there were already countless figures of geniuses standing around the myriad star tree that was like an enormous pillar that held up the sky. Just like Yen Chutian and the other three, their eyes were also filled with light as they looked at the towering tree before them with excitement and joy. It was the myriad star tree. However, no matter how excited they were, it seemed that no one acted rashly at this moment, nor did anyone have the intention to leap up and seize the shining star skull at the top of the tree that was over 300 meters tall. It seemed that everyone was waiting for something. It wasn't hard to imagine that it wouldn't be easy to seize the star skull, and there should even be some secrets hidden within it. However, it was obvious that even the Heavenly Secrets sect, which could be considered a second-rate force, didn't have the fate to know such a secret. However, at this moment, Yen Ningzhu seemed to have thought of something and immediately said, "I heard from a senior sister of the 100-Flower Palace that if one wants to obtain the star skull under the myriad star tree, not only does one have to experience the competition between geniuses, more importantly, one has to obey the rules of the myriad star tree." Obey the rules of the myriad star tree? Yen Chutian looked at the towering tree before him, and a strand of curiosity couldn't help but appear between his brows. Look, this myriad star tree is really not simple. While Yen Chutian's group of four were waiting quietly, there were still geniuses rushing over from all directions in an endless stream, and they finally gathered under the myriad star tree. These geniuses that arrived late were mostly ranked at the bottom of the second-rate forces or had slightly weaker statuses. As for those that were ranked even lower, such as the geniuses of third-rate forces, there were simply not many so-called geniuses that were able to arrive here. In such a group, there was a robust man that was completely tanned, and his face and body were covered in scars of various sizes. When this tanned robust man saw the towering tree before him, he couldn't help but reveal a dense expression of pleasant surprise. It was even to the extent that tears involuntarily flowed out from his eyes due to his excitement. I, Honggu, have finally arrived at the 10,000 star tree after going through the dangers of the periphery of the 10,000 star valley. This tanned and muscular man was Honggu. He had changed from a white-faced ghost to his current appearance. It was not difficult to imagine what he had encountered in this past month. As for Xue Hongyu and Shilong who followed him, if they didn't unfortunately die, they definitely couldn't persevere and retreated early. They only had to wait for the 5 Regions Forces spirit boats to descend again 2 months later and leave in failure. Back to the topic, looking at the scene in front of him, the excited Honggu could no longer suppress his joy. He couldn't help but want to cry out in surprise. His path had been fraught with danger. If it were not for his extraordinary strength and luck, it would have been very difficult for him to reach this step. He would have long since given up like Xue Hongyu and Shilong. Since he was already in such a situation, he believed that the situation of Yan Chutian and the others would definitely be even worse. Not to mention whether they could reach the myriad star tree, whether they would still be alive was another matter altogether. He would definitely be the only genius of the Heavenly Fate sect who stood out in this test. After waiting for about half a day, the originally silent scene finally changed. At the crown of the myriad star tree, there were actually stone platforms that slowly descended. As far as the eye could see, the number of stone platforms was innumerable, as if there were countless of them. And these stone platforms of different sizes just happened to form a path that led to the crown of the tree. However, those with discerning eyes could clearly see that the closer to the crown of the tree, the fewer the stone platforms, and the area was constantly decreasing. Even without saying anything, this appearance allowed one to see the intention with a single glance. So this is the rule of the myriad star tree, Yan Chutian secretly muttered to himself. How could he not understand that this myriad star tree was obviously set up with a series of complicated great formations? If one wanted to obtain the star skull, one could only follow its intentions. And if one followed its intentions, it was destined that only a few people would be able to obtain the star skull in the end. The rest of the people would be eliminated. Perhaps this seemed a little merciless. Many geniuses had gone through hardships to come here, but they had to go through such a cruel competition under the myriad star tree. At least half of them would be eliminated. However, from a certain perspective, this was the rule of this world. The weak were prey to the strong, and it had been so for countless years. After knowing the rules in front of him, Yan Chutian quickly said, "When we ascend the stone platforms later, the four of us will try to stay together as much as possible. This way, no matter what kind of situation we encounter, we can take care of each other." However, as soon as Yan Chutian's voice fell, he had a bad feeling in his heart before he heard the three women's reply. Somehow, he had a feeling that the situation would not be as good as he had imagined. And as if to confirm Yan Chutian's premonition, when the four of them rushed onto the first stone platform, waves of spatial distortion suddenly appeared on every huge stone platform closest to the ground. When Yan Chutian opened his eyes as expected, the three women beside him had disappeared. Instead, several unfamiliar figures of geniuses appeared. These geniuses' faces were also filled with confusion. Then, they became alert. Obviously, they had encountered the same situation as Yan Chutian. As expected, I can only rely on myself, Yan Chutian whispered to himself again. As expected, the rules set by the myriad star tree were not simple. He was afraid that every time he ascended a higher stone platform, he would have to go through the same kind of spatial teleportation. In this way, any possibility of cooperation was cut off. He could only rely on himself to stand out and ascend to the peak. Therefore, Yan Chutian did not care about the other three women anymore. Because it was useless to care. The only thing he cared about now was his own situation. However, although this could cut off many possibilities of outnumbering one person, a careless mistake could result in many disciples of the same force being sent to the same stone platform as him. At that time, the situation would be troublesome. However, the situation on the first stone platform was obviously not as bad as Yan Chutian expected. Therefore, the few of them smoothly ascended to the second stone platform. However, since they ascended to the second stone platform, it seemed that they had adapted to the rules. Naturally, battles began to break out. Those powerful geniuses began to eliminate the practitioners who thought they were weak. For a time, spiritual energy surged everywhere, shaking the sky. Those who were defeated would be directly sent out of the stone platform by the spatial whirlpool. As for the winners or the practitioners who were not affected, they would continue to ascend to the next level. During this process, everyone was pleasantly surprised to find that if they defeated others, they would be able to obtain some prizes. It was really a pleasant surprise. As a result, the speed of the battles seemed to be getting faster and faster. The number of people who were eliminated also rapidly increased. Although Yan Chutian's stone platform did not break out into a battle on the second stone platform, it was difficult to avoid the third stone platform. A chaotic battle broke out in an instant. In the end, 2 people were eliminated from this stone platform. Yan Chutian was not eliminated, nor was he eliminated. It was as if he had just gone through the motions. However, Yan Chutian's good luck was clearly about to end when he reached the 4th stone platform. When he was first sent to a stone platform, a pair of cold eyes suddenly locked onto him. When Yan Chutian looked back, he saw that the owner of the cold eyes was none other than Wang Hong. Speaking of Wang Hong, Yan Chutian did not know much about him. He only knew that he was the son of the Myriad Star City's Lord, Wang Feng. However, Yan Chutian knew that Wang Hong would definitely not let him go, because he was the one who had ruined Wang Hong's plan to woo Yan Ningzhu that day. Although Yan Chutian knew that Wang Hong would not be able to woo Yan Ningzhu no matter what, Wang Hong would definitely not think that way. He might even think that without Wang Hong, he would be able to get the beauty. The situation was not out of Yan Chutian's expectations. With the cold eyes locked onto him, Wang Hong stepped forward. Although he did not directly say it, he secretly said, "Star skulls are not something that any second generation can obtain. Therefore, if some trash is sensible, it's better for you to get out of here as soon as possible. Don't waste time and make a fool of yourself." While speaking, Wang Hong's eyes were always focused on Yan Chutian. Seeing this, the surrounding people naturally would not interfere. They immediately gave up the space and gave most of the stone platforms to the 2 of them. Chapter 227. Wang Hong's sarcasm was directed at Yan Chutian. He did not know that Yan Chutian had caused a huge commotion when he entered the outer area of the Myriad Star Valley. Even if he had heard about it, he would not have believed it. The guy in front of him was clearly a rich second generation. Even if he was lucky enough to break through to the 3rd level of elixir, he would still be weak. He would not even be able to last 1 round against Wang Hong. Although Wang Hong had always been arrogant, it had to be said that he had the right to be arrogant. He was originally at the 4th level of elixir. After training in the outer area of the Myriad Star Valley, he was now close to the 5th level of elixir. A breakthrough was just around the corner. With such strength, he was confident that he could crush Yan Chutian, who was only at the 3rd level of elixir. Hearing Wang Hong's arrogant words, Yan Chutian could not help but find it funny. Although he was only at the 3rd level of elixir, he had defeated the so-called prodigies at the 5th level of elixir. He was really curious. How could Wang Hong, who was only at the 4th level of elixir, be so arrogant? However, Yan Chutian only thought about it in his heart. After all, he knew that Wang Hong did not know about these things. However, it was also because of this that if he wanted to reach the next level of the stone platform, he would have to rely on his own 2 hands. However, before Yan Chutian could make a move, Wang Hong, who was sneering, immediately released his own spiritual power. The rolling spiritual power was like a spirit river that turned into a dragon and suppressed Yan Chutian. This was not a spiritual spell. It was an extremely simple use of spiritual power to attack others. However, even if it was such a simple attack, Wang Hong was confident that he could suppress his opponent. Because he was at the 4th level of elixir, even close to the 5th level. However, Wang Hong's confidence was destined to be miscalculated in front of Yan Chutian. As the spirit energy dragon rushed towards him, Yan Chutian only needed to lightly step on the stone platform, and an invisible spirit energy screen suddenly appeared. Under the protection of the spiritual energy light screen, no matter how Yulong attacked, he could not hurt Yan Chutian at all. In the end, he was completely obliterated by the light screen. Wang Hong's confident attack was easily blocked by the other party, and a trace of stiffness flashed across his face. Obviously, he had not expected such a situation. However, Wang Hong still forced himself to calm down and coldly snorted, "Humph, so you do have some ability. No wonder a mere spoiled brat could reach this step." Hearing this, Yan Chutian remained expressionless. It was as if he had not heard Wang Hong's words at all, or perhaps he was ignoring them on purpose. Regardless of what the reason was, Wang Hong was furious. He had never been ignored like this before. Did this damned spoiled brat in front of him think that he could do whatever he wanted just because he could block one of his attacks? Trash who does not know the immensity of heaven and earth. I want to see how long you can be so arrogant. Wang Hong's eyes roared, but he suppressed the anger in his heart and pretended to be indifferent. This was because he wanted to see if his opponent could still be so arrogant after he stepped on him. Black Heart Yama Finger. With a low roar, the majestic spiritual power in his body converged towards Wang Hong's right arm. As the spiritual power continued to converge, a ray of black light finally spread out from the tip of his index finger. As the black light appeared, an extremely corrosive destructive wave spread out. The black light continued to spread and eventually assimilated Wang Hong's entire right arm. From afar, it looked like the hand of Yama. Those who were on the same stage as Yan Chutian and Wang Hong were all heaven's prides. Naturally, there were some who were stronger than Wang Hong. In their eyes, Yan Chutian's defeat was already set in stone after Wang Hong displayed such a powerful spiritual technique. If Wang Hong's attitude had been more ferocious, Yan Chu might have been seriously injured, but it was not impossible for him to lose his life. However, in their eyes, this was Yan Chutian's own fault. Encountering an opponent that he could not match up to, he should have accepted reality and given up early. How foolish of him to act so recklessly. At the same time, seeing Wang Hong's finger attack, Yan Chutian's face could not help but reveal a playful expression. He also had a finger technique, but he did not know which one was stronger. With this thought, the Xianyang Qi in Yan Chutian's dantian that had been silent for a period of time began to slowly circulate. Wisps of Xianyang Qi continuously flowed into his right arm and combined with the spiritual energy. However, with the Xianyang Qi as the foundation, it exploded and activated the power of Xianyang. Xianyang Finger. The two finger techniques gradually collided under the gazes of many people. The moment before the collision, Wang Hong's face was outlined with a cruel smile. He really did not expect that this spoiled brat would be so stupid. Under his spiritual attack, he did not think of dodging or blocking. Instead, he wanted to meet force with force. Could it be that he thought that with his weak strength, he could still meet him head-on? Boom! The power of the two finger techniques finally collided. At the instant of the collision, Wang Hong's sneer froze on his face. Then, a look of shock appeared on his face. However, his shocked expression did not last for long before it was replaced by pain. An unsuppressible roar of pain followed by the crisp sound of bones breaking rang out. In the next moment, Wang Hong's body bent like a cooked lobster and fell to the edge of the stone platform under the disbelieving gazes of the crowd. This sudden result was really hard to predict. Those proud sons of heaven, who were certain that Yan Chutian would definitely lose, had an inconceivable expression on their faces at this moment. This result was completely different from what they had imagined. Shouldn't Yan Chutian be the one who was injured and defeated? Why was the situation reversed? However, no one could give them an answer because even the embarrassed Wang Hong himself could not believe what had happened to him. Just now, how could his opponent's finger technique contain such a huge amount of power? Even his Black Heart Yama finger was defeated, and he was heavily injured. No matter what, Wang Hong did not think that he was inferior to his opponent. This trash must have done something secretly. Otherwise, how could the result be like this? Despicable ant, I want you dead! Wang Hong gritted his teeth and shouted. Because of his embarrassment, he could no longer hide the malevolence in his heart. His face was extremely distorted as he tried his best to show his anger. At the same time, golden runes appeared in his eyes. The golden runes gathered together and formed a heavy axe. It was a display of great power. Great Earth Axe Mark. Wang Hong roared and a huge golden axe appeared in the sky. The heavy axe exuded an extremely majestic power. It was as if it could split apart a towering mountain in front of it with a single swing of the axe. After the spiritual mark appeared, Wang Hong's face became more and more ferocious. This spiritual mark was his confidence. In his opinion, no matter how many tricks this trash in front of him had, he could not do anything about the power of the spiritual mark. As long as he could suppress him with the spiritual mark, his opponent would definitely lose. This was because only the spiritual mark was the most powerful skill of an elixir cultivator. Ha ha ha, trash, this is the power of the spiritual mark. With your cultivation, I'm afraid you can't even condense a single spiritual mark, right? Wang Hong laughed wantonly. There were countless cultivators who could not condense a single spiritual mark even when they were at the elixir level 3 or even level 4. In his opinion, the person in front of him must be a fool like that. Trash. Only a genius like him could condense a spiritual mark and reach the peak. Looking at Wang Hong, who was so arrogant just by using spirit runes, Yan Chutian found it even more hilarious. He did not know why Wang Hong was so childish. With such a character, how could his father, Wang Feng, be at ease letting him out? Because of this, Yan Chutian could not help but have the thought of completely destroying his opponent's confidence. Therefore, Yan Chutian did not condense a spiritual mark. Instead, he continued to circulate his spiritual energy. On his arms, purple and crimson alternated and flashed. It seemed as if he was accumulating a huge amount of energy. As the energy was accumulating, Yan Chutian raised his eyes and said coldly, "Spiritual mark, so what? Ha ha, what a joke. You have not condensed a spiritual mark, and yet you say such arrogant words. Okay, then I'll show you what real power is." Chapter 228. Thus, when they heard Yan Chutian say such arrogant words, even the other geniuses on the stone platform, who originally thought that Yan Chutian was hiding his strength, couldn't help but sneer and shake their heads at this moment. In their opinion, it was just that this unknown guy had yet to condense a spirit rune. That was normal. Many third and even fourth level elixir cultivators were unable to condense a spirit rune. He was most likely such a pitiful person, and since he had yet to condense a spirit rune, he naturally wouldn't know how terrifying it was. But because of this battle should truly come to an end. As if they had foreseen the result again, the geniuses no longer paid attention to it and turned their heads away, quietly waiting for the result that they already knew would happen. But when the result really happened, they were destined to be shocked once again. The golden heavy axe chopped down with shocking momentum. If any fourth-level elixir cultivator were to stand in front of it, they would definitely end up in a miserable state if they didn't have enough means to defend themselves. But in the face of such a method, how could Yan Chutian not have any means to defend himself? He didn't use any spirit runes. Instead, he circulated his spirit energy, causing the purple and scarlet colors on his arms to intertwine and emit a dazzling light. When this kind of energy accumulated to a certain extent, Yan Chutian let out a low groan. Along with the groan, an incomparably sharp star mark suddenly shot out. 2 Yuan Fragmentary Star Mark. The 2 Yuan Fragmentary Star Mark was something that Yan Chutian had refined not long ago after refining the blood essence spirit fruit. This was the first time that Yan Chutian used it against an enemy. The attack of the fragmentary star mark was simply too illusory, to the point that the few geniuses watching the battle couldn't see it clearly. While they were still in a daze, the star mark and the heavy axe fiercely collided. At the moment of contact, there wasn't any shocking movement. In the eyes of the crowd, they could only see that the golden heavy axe was strangely frozen in midair. This caused many geniuses to reveal a puzzled look. What's going on? But soon they understood. After pausing for a moment, a mark suddenly appeared on the golden axe's body. Along with the mark, the originally imposing heavy axe with spirit runes appeared. At this moment, a gap seemed to have opened up in his aura. It would have been fine if it was just a gap, but once the gap appeared, it would be like a breach in a dam. In the end, only destruction awaited it. Therefore, the golden heavy axe was like a dam that quickly collapsed. Cracks spread across the axe's body, and it trembled continuously. The appearance of this scene really shocked all the geniuses on this stone platform. Even the nearby suspended stone platforms of the same level also looked at this scene with astonishment. They obviously couldn't believe it. How could a result that was clearly predestined be overturned once again? How? How is this possible? That's the power of spirit runes. To think that it was actually defeated by a spirit art? Are spirit tattoos still the strongest ability of elixir practitioners? Who is this guy? With just level 3 elixir, he was able to unleash such a powerful spirit art and destroy a spirit pattern. Cries of astonishment arose from all directions. Even though these people were heaven's favorites, they were still shocked by this scene. However, among these people, none of them were the heaven's favorites who fought for the spirit fruit that day. Otherwise, they would have recognized Yen Chutian long ago. If they recognized Yen Chutian, they wouldn't be so shocked by this scene. After all, compared to the time when he snatched the spirit fruit from the encirclement and escaped unscathed, this was child's play. When the spirit pattern was damaged, it immediately turned into a streak of golden light and returned to Wang Hong's body. In the next instant, Wang Hong spat out a mouthful of blood. He was equally shocked and in disbelief. However, this time, he wasn't as lucky as before. He fell off the stone platform and was teleported away by the space. He had failed. Seeing that Wang Hong was defeated and disappeared, Yen Chutian didn't look happy at all. This was because the situation was supposed to be like this. If he had to fight Wang Hong, it would be a difficult battle. It would be strange if he had to fight to a draw or even lose. In fact, Yen Chutian didn't deny the power of spirit tattoos. It was just that Wang Hong's spirit pattern wasn't worth mentioning in his eyes. Wang Hong was probably the only person who could be so arrogant after condensing a spirit pattern. Huff! He exhaled lightly and then retracted his spirit energy. Then Yen Chutian scanned his surroundings. Even if the people around him didn't know him, they were looking at him with more solemn eyes. It was obvious that the current Yen Chutian wasn't any weaker than them in their eyes. In fact, some of the geniuses even felt that they couldn't compare to him. As Yen Chutian surveyed his surroundings, a certain space in front of him rippled like water. Following that, a pill emitting a faint medicinal fragrance appeared and fell into his palm. After identifying the pill in his hand, Yen Chutian's expression was good because this pill was still quite valuable to him. Therefore, Yen Chutian felt that he didn't lose out by being able to obtain such a pill after defeating Wang Hong. In fact, he even looked forward to a similar situation happening again. The myriad star tree seemed to know what he was thinking. When he ascended to the next stone platform at a higher level, another cold and arrogant gaze was cast over. When Yen Chutian looked back, he was surprised to see that the owner of this gaze was someone he knew. Although Yen Chutian didn't know his name, he knew that he was one of the top geniuses in the Daluo sect. The Daluo sect was ranked very close to the second-rate forces. At this point, it wasn't difficult to figure out that the other party was the bald youth who tried to stop Yen Chutian when they were fighting for the spirit fruit on the isolated island. That day, the two of them didn't fight. He didn't expect to meet again this time. The bald youth had already locked onto Yen Chutian. In his eyes, there was no ridicule or contempt like Wang Hong. This was because the bald youth knew that the guy in front of him wasn't as simple as he looked. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to condense 3 spirit tattoos at such a cultivation level. However, it was also because of this that the bald youth couldn't help but have a battle intent in his heart. He wanted to personally test how extraordinary this Tianji sect's disciple who could condense 3 spirit tattoos at level 3 elixir was. Sensing the battle intent from the bald youth, the surrounding geniuses took the initiative to make way for him. At the same time, they looked at Yan Chutian gloatingly. They didn't know why the bald youth suddenly had a battle intent against a level 3 elixir guy. However, they knew the bald youth's identity and cultivation level. In their opinion, Yan Chutian's fate was already sealed since he was targeted by the top geniuses in the Daluo sect. Since the surrounding geniuses could sense the battle intent from the bald youth, it was naturally impossible for Yan Chutian to not sense it. Therefore, he understood that he would definitely not be able to escape from this battle. However, he wasn't afraid at all. Even if the Daluo sect's genius cultivation level was at the peak of level 5 elixir, it wasn't impossible for him to fight or even win. He would only know the result of this battle after he fought. My name is Mu Gong, a disciple of the Daluo sect. The bald youth, who was Mu Gong, slowly revealed his identity as he stared coldly at the bald youth. The surrounding geniuses couldn't help but have a strange expression on their faces because they knew that this was a form of respect that would only be shown when facing someone of the same cultivation level. Why would Mu Gong show such respect to a mere level 3 elixir guy? Yan Chutian ignored the surrounding geniuses' reactions. After the bald youth revealed his identity, he slowly opened his mouth and said, "Tianji sect's nameless disciple, Yan Chu." When he heard Yan Chutian's name, Tianji sect, Mu Gong wasn't surprised at all because he already knew about this back then. It was also because of this that he was shocked that day. He couldn't imagine that the Tianji sect, which had always been desolate, would have such an extraordinary disciple. After he revealed his identity, Mu Gong's expression slowly turned sharp. Since he had already expressed his respect, it was time for him to fight. In the next moment, Mu Gong's spiritual energy gathered on his right leg and emitted a dense aura of a golden spear. It was as if his body was a sharp sword that could hurt people with just a touch. Mu Gong's strange spiritual energy didn't come from nowhere. There was a spirit cultivation valley in the Daluo sect. If one became a top genius in the sect, they would have the opportunity to enter the valley for spirit cultivation. Thus, after becoming a top-tier prodigy, Mu Gong also entered the Spirit Refinement Valley. Moreover, unexpectedly, he actually refined his own spiritual power, making it like a golden spear, showing off its sharpness. Chapter 229. Mu Gong's spiritual energy was sharp like a golden spear. And this unrestrained sharpness was naturally taken into Yan Chutian's eyes. With his eyesight, it was not difficult for him to see what kind of terrifying sharpness this spiritual energy contained. If ordinary spiritual energy were to collide with it, it would likely be completely suppressed. However, this spiritual energy that was overbearing in the eyes of others was not difficult to deal with in the eyes of Yan Chutian. Because of his long cultivation, Yan Chutian had not only tempered his spiritual energy to an extremely high quality, but he had also gradually integrated the mysterious yang qi into his spiritual energy. With the combination of the two, Yan Chutian's spiritual energy was not the slightest bit inferior to those strange spiritual energies. Returning to the main topic, while Yan Chutian was feeling the other's spiritual energy, Mu Gong, who had already gathered enough momentum, no longer hesitated. His right foot stomped heavily on the ground, and immediately, the spiritual energy that was like a golden spear shot out from the ground like an arc of lightning, heading straight for Yan Chutian. Knowing how overbearing his spiritual energy was, Mu Gong naturally would not give up on the advantage. Seeing the spiritual energy coming, Yan Chutian's reaction was simple. Without retreating or dodging, he slowly raised his right palm, and when the spiritual energy like an arc of lightning approached, he fiercely struck out with his palm. Boom! The moment Yan Chutian's right palm collided with the spiritual energy arc of lightning, a dazzling spiritual energy burst out and fiercely collided with the arc of lightning. At the moment of the collision, although Mu Gong was not overjoyed, his face was full of confidence. He was full of confidence in his spiritual energy because he was one of the few geniuses who could really cause his spiritual energy to mutate while cultivating in the Spirit Cultivation Valley. Although this might not prove how outstanding he would be in the future, it was proof of his talent and luck. However, when the spiritual energy truly collided, Mu Gong's originally confident face immediately revealed an unnatural expression. This was because the collision of the two spiritual energies did not produce the result he wanted, and he could not even say that his spiritual energy had a slight advantage. However, Mu Gong was a person with good self-control, and he quickly restrained his unnatural expression. He could imagine that the disciple of the Heaven's Secrets sect in front of him was able to possess such strength at such a low cultivation level. There must be something extraordinary about him. In comparison, the situation in front of him was not unacceptable. Seeing that his spirit force was not showing any weakness, Yan Chutian's expression was calm because this was what he had expected. Although his spiritual power was not overbearing, it had the tenacity to withstand all kinds of attacks. To be clear, this was the characteristic of the mysterious Yang Qi. Thus, it was impossible to suppress him with just spiritual energy. Seeing that his attack had failed, Mu Gong didn't do anything else. He simply took a deep breath and once again mobilized the boundless spirit qi in his body. A large amount of spiritual energy gushed out, and the austere power of the golden halberd was like a storm. An extremely astonishing sharpness filled the heavens and the earth, and all the heavenly prides who had sensed it understood that Mu Gong was about to use his true strength. Once Mu Gong used his true strength, those heavenly prides immediately believed that Yan Chutian's chances were slim. From their point of view, he was nothing more than a lucky fellow with a somewhat unique spiritual energy at the third level of elixir. How could he be a match for Mu Gong, the supreme genius of the Daluo sect? Mu Gong did not let them wait for long. Just as the golden spear storm was about to completely take shape, he formed a hand seal, and a pulling force spread out from his hand seal, enveloping all of the tyrannical spiritual energy. Sword Dragon Abyss! Bang! Under the attentive gazes of the crowd, a giant dragon's head slowly rose under the suction force of the spiritual energy. Its mouth was wide open, and the black hole-like mouth was densely packed with countless sword auras. Following that, the killing intent that spread out caused many heavenly prides to tremble in fear. It was unimaginable how miserable the outcome would be if they were to fall into the sword dragon abyss. Just like that, it made the crowd feel that Yan Chutian's defeat was already set. The first spiritual art that Mu Gong used was already so frightening and merciless. How could Yan Chutian resist it? Haha, this brat is doomed. I don't know how he offended Mu Gong to actually let him use the Sword Dragon Abyss. The Sword Dragon Abyss is an extremely terrifying spiritual art. Mu Gong had once used it before, and heavily injured his fellow disciple who was competing for the supreme genius seat of the Daluo sect, causing him to be bedridden for half a month. Even if that fellow disciple wasn't comparable to Mu Gong, he was still a genuine 5th level of elixir. Being able to be defeated by Mu Gong's Sword Dragon Abyss is something that the Heavenly Fate sect's disciples can be proud of. How could an ordinary 3rd level of elixir have such an honor? There were probably many people in the world who rejoiced in others' misfortune. Therefore, when Mu Gong used the spiritual art, countless mocking voices rang out from the surroundings. However, Yan Chutian had long since become able to ignore those voices. He only quietly watched the enormous attack in front of him as he muttered to himself. A 7th or 8th level spiritual art of the spiritual art. A spiritual art of this level did indeed possess extremely frightening power. However, if they wanted to defeat him with just this, they were underestimating him too much. Boom! The dragon head's huge mouth swallowed Yan Chutian into the Sword Dragon Abyss before the crowd's eyes. Immediately after, countless sword chi whistled and the sound of metal clashing resounded, not stopping for a long time. Seeing this scene, the surrounding supreme geniuses all sneered coldly. They believed that even if Yan Chutian didn't die, he would definitely be severely injured. However, Mu Gong himself had an uneasy expression. Was his opponent really defeated by his sword dragon abyss just like that? After a long time, when the giant dragon's head dissipated and the sound of metal clashing stopped, the crowd could finally see the scene clearly. When they could see it clearly, even if it was only a glance, it caused the faces of those supreme geniuses to suddenly freeze. That was because they had actually caught a glimpse of an enormous lotus flower canopy lying silently in the sword dragon abyss. Although the flower canopy was also densely covered with sword scars and was riddled with wounds, it had not been broken. Naturally, it was also unable to harm Yan Chutian, who was sitting cross-legged within it. In the next instant, Yan Chutian, who was sitting cross-legged within the flower canopy, opened his eyes as if he had sensed something. As he opened his eyes, the flower canopy that was originally tightly shut started to bloom. However, it was clearly unable to continue to exist as it could only break apart inch by inch. Even so, the shock that Yan Chutian brought to all the supreme geniuses was still too great. He, a third-level elixir cultivator, had actually blocked Mu Gong's spiritual art attack. Formation. Similarly, Mu Gong's face was also filled with shock. After a while, Mu Gong slowly spat out these two words. Regarding this, Yan Chutian naturally had nothing to hide. What he had set up was indeed a formation. Setting up a formation was extremely troublesome. However, in the end, it was still on the offensive side. In terms of defense, it was only slightly more troublesome than spiritual art. However, for Yan Chutian, the so-called slightly more troublesome was naturally not a problem. Therefore, the instant he was swallowed by the sword dragon abyss, he had scattered the formation bases that he had always prepared and continued to set up a great formation. This is actually a great formation. Although defensive formations are not as difficult to set up as offensive formations, to be able to set it up so quickly, how great must his attainments in formations be? Unbelievable, however. Even so, Yan Chutian's performance had caused quite a few supreme geniuses to be shocked. In fact, they even faintly felt that they had discovered the reason why Mu Gong valued Yan Chutian so much. Could it be that he was a mysterious genius in formations? However, only Mu Gong himself knew how astonishing Yan Chutian was. He had always thought that he had already paid enough attention to his opponent. However, when Yan Chutian displayed this great formation, he finally understood that he had still underestimated him. Not only did the fellow in front of him possess the strength comparable to a 5th-level elixir, he had also condensed 3 spiritual runes. He actually had such a powerful attainment in formations. This caused even him to exclaim in admiration, and even become jealous. Fortunately, Mu Gong did not lose his rationality in the end. He quickly stabilized his emotions and spoke again. It is indeed shocking that you can achieve this with just a 3rd-level elixir cultivation. If you were given more time to grow, perhaps even I would not be your opponent. However, today, no matter what, you will be defeated here. As his voice fell, Mu Gong's eyes slightly changed. Strange runes surged in his eyes, and a powerful spiritual rune appeared on his left and right. Mu Gong's attainments in spiritual runes were not low either. Chapter 230. Hearing Mu Gong's words, the surrounding disciples were all stunned. Mu Gong's condensing of spirit runes was within their expectations, but could it be that Yan Chutian had also condensed a spirit rune? But so what if he had condensed a spirit rune? How could a mere one compare to Mu Gong's 2 spirit runes? Just as they were puzzled, Yan Chutian gave them an answer. Looking at Mu Gong's spirited expression, Yan Chutian replied slowly, "As you wish." After that, the sword and cauldron spirit runes gradually formed in Yan Chutian's eyes. Then, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, they were projected between heaven and earth. 2 spirit runes appeared above Yen Chutian's head, causing the originally puzzled genius's expressions to change abruptly. Then, a deep look of disbelief appeared on their faces. Just now, they had thought that Yen Chutian was an incredible formation genius, which had attracted Mu Gong's attention. But at this moment, the other party had actually displayed 2 spirit runes at the same time. He was only at the 3rd level of elixir, but he had actually condensed 2 spirit runes. How was this possible? The scene in front of them really shocked them to the point that they were speechless. Although they were also geniuses, at the 3rd level of elixir, being able to condense 1 spirit rune was the limit, let alone condensing 2 spirit runes. Therefore, at this moment, when compared to Yen Chutian, these geniuses couldn't help but feel ashamed. When they thought of the astonishing formation attainments that the other party had displayed just now, the shame on their faces became even more intense. They really couldn't believe that a person with such great attainments in formation could be so amazing in cultivation. It was also at this moment that they gradually understood Mu Gong's true feelings. But of course, it could only be said that they gradually understood. After all, they would never know that Yen Chutian had condensed more than 2 spirit runes. Seeing the 2 familiar spirit runes appear above Yen Chutian's head, Mu Gong no longer hesitated. He immediately manipulated his own spirit runes, exuding a terrifying spirit rune aura, and suppressed it forcefully. However, how could Yen Chutian be weaker than others when it came to spiritual inscriptions? Therefore, the result of such a clash was destined to be a draw. However, even if they were evenly matched, it was enough to convince the surrounding geniuses. This proved that the spirit inscriptions that Yen Chutian had condensed were genuine and not fake. Mu Gong seemed to have expected such an outcome, so there wasn't much change in his expression. However, after he retracted his 2 spiritual tattoos, an even more solemn expression appeared on his face. Mu Gong did not say anything. He merely closed his eyes for a moment, and when he opened them again, a dark light that had never appeared before appeared in his eyes. The dim light continued to change. As it changed, many strange runes appeared and combined together according to some kind of strange charm. Within a short couple of breaths, a circular lightning bead was formed. The lightning bead was surrounded by flickering lightning arcs. Even in Mu Gong's eyes, it was enough to cause one's heart to palpitate. Needless to say, when this lightning pearl appeared in the world, exactly what kind of terrifying might it emitted? This is, some of the surrounding geniuses exclaimed. Those who could be called geniuses naturally knew their stuff. Therefore, exclamations could be heard again. This is the 3rd spiritual rune. As expected, how could a top genius of the Daluo sect not have condensed the 3rd spiritual rune? As they exclaimed, many of them looked at Yen Chutian with sympathy or gloating eyes. In their opinion, no matter how amazing Yen Chutian's performance was, he would not have such a chance under Mu Gong's 3rd spiritual rune. The elixir realm could condense a total of 9 spiritual runes. Although condensing 5 or more would allow one to enter the Yuanying realm, the more spiritual runes one could condense, the better. This was because it was not only a symbol of one's talent, but also a foundation for the Yuanying realm. Some geniuses were able to fight above their level not only because of their outstanding spiritual skills, but also because of their foundation. It was not an exaggeration to say that even if they were of the same cultivation level, as long as one was able to condense 1 more spiritual rune before entering the Yuanying realm, he would be able to completely suppress his opponent. Even though everyone knew this principle, the formation of spirit inscriptions was not an easy matter. Therefore, it also led to the situation in the primal core realm. Usually, if one could form 1 more spirit inscription, they would be able to win against other Xiozhi. Therefore, when they saw Mu Gong's 3rd spiritual rune, they already thought that Mu Gong's victory was certain. After condensing the 3rd spiritual rune, Mu Gong is definitely going to win. Speaking of which, it's a pity. If the Heavenly Secrets sect's disciples cultivated for a while longer and their cultivation level was higher, they might be able to condense the third spiritual rune. When that time comes, the situation might be reversed. You can't say that. When that time comes, Mu Gong will definitely be stronger, and the Heavenly Secrets sect's disciples will be left behind for the rest of their lives. No matter what the intentions of these voices were, their opinions were obviously the same. That was, Yan Chutian was definitely going to lose. However, would the outcome really be so? Looking at the domineering lightning bead that appeared in the sky, Yan Chutian more or less expected such a scene. Indeed, everything still depended on the third spiritual rune to determine the winner. Since it had already come to this stage, Yan Chutian naturally did not hesitate. He also closed his eyes slightly, and the third spiritual rune that he still could not understand was forced out of his dantian. The first thing that appeared in front of everyone was a huge ball of flames. Then, a four-legged giant beast that was surrounded by scorching flames appeared from the flames. However, although the giant beast was extremely huge, no one could see its appearance clearly. Although the flames that surrounded it were different, the entire giant beast seemed to have become illusory. Even Yan Chutian's spiritual eye could not do anything about this illusory state, let alone their spiritual energy perception or their naked eyes. However, even so, it did not hinder them from sensing the rich power of the spiritual rune from the giant beast. However, it was because of this that the confident expressions of these prided geniuses changed drastically once again. They could not believe that the beast that appeared before them was actually a spiritual rune beast. In other words, this was Yan Chutian's third spiritual rune? However, how was this possible? How could a third-level elixir condense 3 spiritual runes? Could it be that he was heaven-defying? In an instant, the expressions of these prided geniuses changed continuously, especially those who had just spoken. Their faces were green and white, and they were extremely ashamed. Clearly, everything should be as they had expected. However, the real situation would overturn their expectations every time. This was like a slap to their faces, and they were unable to resist. That was because they were the ones who had fought to get their faces beaten. However, even so, there were still some prided geniuses who stubbornly refused to believe it. Gnashing their teeth, they said, "This is just a trick. How can a third-level elixir condense 3 spiritual runes? It's all an illusion. Under Mu Gong's third spiritual rune, it will definitely collapse." Their gazes turned towards Mu Gong. He naturally would not have any doubts about Yan Chutian, as he had already seen the scene before him during the fight for the spirit fruit. However, he had never expected that their confrontation would descend so quickly. Immediately after, without any words, the 2 spiritual runes collided with a loud bang under the gazes of the crowd. A beast and a bead, exuding their own might, fiercely collided with each other. Perhaps Mu Gong would have sufficient confidence to win against others, but against Yan Chutian, all of his confidence was not enough to guarantee victory. The third spirit rune had never disappointed Yan Chutian. Even today it was the same. This mysterious spiritual rune fire beast broke through the lightning screen condensed by the thunder bead almost immediately. Then, it opened its bloody mouth and directly bit the bead. After biting it, no matter how the thunder bead exploded with lightning, it had no effect on the fire beast. In the end, the thunder bead's aura continued to weaken. Mu Gong, who was connected to it, immediately trembled, and a look of shock and pain appeared on his face. Even though he knew that the other party had also condensed the third spiritual rune, Mu Gong had never imagined that he would not be a match for the third spiritual rune. Chapter 231. The lightning bead shot into his body, causing Mu Gong to groan in pain. Soon after, he spat out a mouthful of blood, staining the stone platform in front of him. Mu Gong was on the verge of collapse, and pain and weakness came from all over his body. However, he still forced himself not to fall. He raised his head, and although his expression was calm, it was difficult to hide his loneliness. You won, but even if he admitted his defeat, Mu Gong would not wait for his opponent to completely defeat him. Instead, he took the initiative to jump off the stone platform. This was his last dignity. Facing all this, Yan Chutian remained indifferent, without the slightest ripple. Because from the moment the two of them fought, one of them would have to face this result. In other words, if he had lost, then the one who would leave the stage would be him. So, how could Yan Chutian sympathize with Mu Gong? Mu Gong took the initiative to admit defeat, so Yan Chutian took back the spirit mark and sat down cross-legged to recover. At the same time, cries of surprise sounded out continuously. If it was said that Yan Chutian had defeated Wang Hong, many people would ignore it, but now that Yan Chutian had defeated Mu Gong, they could not ignore it no matter what. Because who was Mu Gong? He was one of the top geniuses of the Daluo sect. It was no exaggeration to say that he was one of the top geniuses who had participated in this test. If he did not encounter any geniuses of the same level, then he would definitely obtain the Star Skull and pass the test. But what did they just see? They actually saw that Mu Gong was defeated by an unremarkable third-level elixir cultivator, and it was not a sneak attack, but a head-on battle. Mu Gong was actually defeated. Unbelievable! He was actually defeated by a third-level elixir cultivator. How is this possible? The cries of surprise continued, but when they suddenly remembered Yan Chutian's performance, the cries of surprise gradually subsided. Because to be honest, it was Yan Chutian's performance that shocked them even more. He was only at the third-level elixir, but he had such strength. How could they not be shocked? Compared to this, it seemed that even Mu Gong's defeat could be explained reasonably. At the same time, those so-called Heaven's Prides finally understood why Mu Gong had treated Yan Chutian so seriously from the very beginning. How was this an ant that could be casually crushed to death? This was clearly a monster pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. After recovering for a moment and receiving the reward for defeating Mu Gong, Yan Chutian didn't stay any longer. Instead, he continued to walk towards the stone platform. Moreover, it seemed that because of the might that Yan Chutian had displayed when he defeated Mu Gong, the surrounding geniuses didn't dare to take the lead. They waited for Yan Chutian to ascend the stone platform before following closely behind him. However, Yan Chutian did not know that at the same time that he ascended the stone platform, on the other side of the thousand-star tree, there was an indifferent figure who was staring at him with a cold gaze. Seeing Yan Chutian disappear from the stone platform and ascend to a higher level, this figure coldly snorted. "Damn grasshopper, you actually dare to jump under the thousand-star tree! Pray that you don't meet this Taoist here, otherwise, this Taoist will definitely let you know that without the spirit altar array to rely on, you are nothing in front of this Taoist." After these cold words, the figure immediately turned around and ascended the stone platform under many awe-inspiring gazes. If Yan Chutian saw him, his eyes would definitely be cold, because this person who called himself a Taoist was naturally one of the Lu clan's Taoists of the Divine Heaven sect, Lu Qing, whose opportunity had been snatched away by Yan Chutian and the others. The eliminations continued. Every time someone ascended to a higher-level stone platform, someone would be eliminated. However, overall, this kind of elimination was not very intense. After all, no one wanted to exhaust their strength in advance, and they always wanted to preserve a little more. However, when this kind of situation occurred, it was difficult to maintain it when a genius reached about half of the height of the thousand-star tree. This was because a clear light screen would appear on this platform. On each stone platform, only half of the people could ascend to a higher level. So it's time to increase the intensity? Looking at the words in front of him, Yan Chutian muttered to himself. Along with his muttering, the surrounding atmosphere became a little stiff. This was because it was very clear between the lines that half of the people had to be eliminated in order to ascend to a higher level, so it was not just 1 or 2 people who had been eliminated before. However, no matter how stiff the atmosphere was, there would be times when it would explode. Soon, a great battle broke out on the stone platforms, and because the area of the stone platforms was constantly shrinking, such battles were often chaotic. At the same time, the grudges at the beginning became clear competition later on, and only half of the people were eliminated. However, as the fierce battles continued, no one rashly came to Yan Chutian. Perhaps it was because he had just defeated Mu Gong, or perhaps it was because some of the geniuses had recognized him. As the platforms continued to change, the geniuses who had competed for the spirit fruit at the lake on that day would always appear. Naturally, they would not forget this extremely stunning Heaven's Fate sect disciple. Since no one came to find him, Yan Chutian was naturally happy to see this. While waiting for half of the people to be eliminated, he began to observe his surroundings. As the eliminations approached the end, Yan Chutian was gradually able to see the situation on the stone platforms surrounding the 1,000-star tree with his spiritual eye. Although he saw some figures that made him look coldly at, he was more gratified to see that Qiu Yu, Luo Shui, and Yan Ningzhu had not been eliminated. Of course, this was more or less due to their appearance. The geniuses who considered themselves to be extraordinary naturally did not want to lose their grace in front of beauties when it was not important. However, as the eliminations continued, they were also unable to escape. As they continued to climb towards the crown of the 1,000-star tree, even Yan Chutian was unable to remain idle. Even if they were not deliberately targeting him, the chaotic battles would still affect him, forcing him to take action. In the end, he had no choice but to take action as a new rule had appeared. Only by eliminating one person could one continue to ascend the stone platforms. Such a forceful rule made Yan Chutian feel extremely displeased. However, as of now, he did not have the ability to overturn it. Therefore, he could only accept it and continue to search for opponents on the stone platforms. After this, every stone platform became incomparably lively, as no one was able to escape. Only by eliminating one person could one continue to ascend the stone platforms. As he continued to climb, Yan Chutian also encountered some dangers. Several disciples from a faction were fortunate enough to bump into each other. Immediately, they joined forces to attack Yan Chutian and the other geniuses. Fortunately, the other geniuses were not fools. They reacted immediately and were not defeated one by one. Otherwise, even Yan Chutian would not have been able to escape. After all, 2 fists were no match for 4 hands. Among the disciples from that faction, there were 2 who were only slightly weaker than Mu Gong. As he continued to be eliminated, Yan Chutian also encountered an old acquaintance. He was Hong Gu. Even though Hong Gu's appearance had changed a lot compared to before, Yan Chutian could still recognize him at a glance. However, compared to Yan Chutian, Hong Gu's reaction was much greater. His eyes were filled with shock, as he could not imagine that Yan Chutian had also made it to this step. In his imagination, Yan Chutian should have been defeated and fled long ago. How could he have made it to this step? While Hong Gu was shocked, Yan Chutian's expression remained calm. He only glanced at him briefly before retracting his gaze. Then, he slowly said, "In any case, we are from the same faction, so we can support each other. Of course, if you are unwilling, then so be it." After all, they were from the same faction. Even if there had been disputes within the sect, Yan Chutian would not be so ruthless. On the contrary, he was even willing to help. However, this was not him begging Hong Gu. If he was unwilling, then they would not have anything to do with each other. However, Hong Gu did not refuse in the end, because his thoughts were the same as Yan Chutian's. However, even if he agreed, he did not forget to sneer. "I can help you this time, but I can't help you next time. If you can't beat him, then leave as soon as possible." In Hong Gu's opinion, It was nothing more than Yan Chutian's luck getting a little better. Just like in the heavenly secret gathering, if he had not been a little unlucky, how could he have lost? However, today was different from the past. If they fought again, Honggu was very confident that he could defeat him. Hearing this, Yan Chutian did not say anything, only nodding slightly, as if he agreed with Honggu's words. He did not want to fight, so he naturally would not argue with words. After all, words were always the most useless thing. Chapter 232. Yan Chutian did not defend himself, so Honggu took it as a tacit admission. This made Honggu feel that Yan Chutian still had some self-awareness and did not overestimate himself. Immediately after, the two of them indeed joined forces, but of course, this kind of alliance was only for them to fight on their own, relying on each other's backs. If the two of them really wanted to attack together, not to mention Honggu, even Yan Chutian would not be able to do it. The current Honggu was extremely strong, and his cultivation had truly stepped into the 5th level of elixir. Even among these geniuses, he was very dazzling. However, Honggu did not know that the many gazes that were looking at him were not only looking at him, but also Yan Chutian who was standing beside him. However, Honggu was completely unaware of all this. The two of them worked together and finally passed this stone platform, becoming the remaining half of the victors. When he stepped onto the higher stone platform, Honggu did not forget to turn his head, his eyes full of fighting spirit and arrogance as he stared closely at Yan Chutian. Yan Chu, if we fight again, I will definitely defeat you. Just you wait. As his confident voice sounded, Honggu did not wait for Yan Chutian's reply. He elegantly turned around and stepped onto the stone platform, teleporting to an unknown location. Hearing Honggu's solemn declaration of war and his confident tone, Yan Chutian's expression was indifferent. Since he could defeat his opponent at the Tianji conclave, he was not afraid of him coming to find him again. Therefore, even if they fought again, Yan Chutian was not afraid, and he was confident that he would win. However, Yan Chutian did not expect that after he stepped onto the stone platform and the space in front of him flickered, Honggu's figure would actually appear in front of him once again. It would have been fine if he had only seen Honggu, but in the blink of an eye, he saw two more figures. Both of them had extremely strong cultivations, especially the cold-faced, aquiline-nosed youth on the left. His cultivation was faintly showing signs of being at the 6th level of the primal core stage. Compared to Mu Gong, he was not the slightest bit weaker, and might even be stronger. The man on the left side of the cold-faced young man might not be as good, but he was still at the late stage of elixir level 5. He was much stronger than Honggu. Yan Chutian didn't recognize the two figures, but that didn't mean he couldn't recognize them. They were from the Divine Heavens sect. However, almost as soon as Yan Chutian's gaze swept over him, the cold-faced young man suddenly sneered and slowly muttered to himself, "There's no need to look. I'm Li Tianyi, a prospective path-chosen from the Li clan of the Divine Heaven sect." Then, the cold-faced young man, who was Li Tianyi, locked his cold eyes on Yan Chutian and continued to sneer, "And you, Yan Chu, are really bold. You actually dared to snatch the opportunity from the hands of the pride of the Divine Heavens sect." Since the other party took the initiative to reveal his identity, Yan Chutian already understood in his heart. The Li clan was the main branch of the Divine Heavens sect, and even the current sect master of the Divine Heavens sect was from the Li clan. Therefore, it was no wonder that Li Tianyi would take the initiative to jump out. He completely regarded the Li clan and himself as the master of the Divine Heavens sect. As expected, when Yan Chutian's gaze turned slightly, he suddenly saw that on the other stone platform, Lu Qing's gaze was slightly unpleasant. Perhaps even he didn't expect that instead of meeting Yan Chutian, they would meet Li Tianyi. Therefore, Yan Chutian didn't mind provoking him. It's true that after beating the dog, the master will come out to seek justice. Hearing this, Lu Qing's expression became even more unpleasant. Even though he knew that Yan Chutian was provoking him and deliberately belittling him, he was still extremely angry. This ant actually dared to compare him and the Lu clan to a dog. Hearing this, Li Tianyi's expression also changed slightly, and his gaze became even colder. You really have a sharp tongue. However, this kind of lowly provocation trick is better not to use it to make a fool of yourself. Oh, is that so? Yan Chutian gave a strange smile. He didn't believe that the three clans with such a strong competitive nature would be an iron bucket. Therefore, in fact, there was no provocation. He was just stating a fact. However, because of this, Li Tianyi no longer had the intention to speak. He directly sneered and said, "Let's see if you can still be so ignorant after I trample you under my feet." As he spoke, Li Tianyi had already ordered the disciple behind him to face Honggu. He wasn't clear about the internal relations of the Heaven's Secret sect. Therefore, he, who only knew that Honggu was also a disciple of the Heaven's Secret sect, naturally wouldn't let him go. Seeing this, Yan Chutian understood that he had implicated Honggu. However, Yan Chutian wouldn't deliberately ignore this point. He immediately said to Honggu, "The two of them are looking for me. You can just stand by and watch." However, what Yan Chutian didn't expect was that Honggu didn't just stand by and watch as he said. He walked up generously and faced the disciple of the Divine Heavens sect. However, before he acted, he didn't forget to turn around and say coldly, "I'm not helping you. It's just that these people have bad mouth. They just went up the stage and wantonly ridiculed the Heaven's Secrets sect for being weak." Honggu's words naturally blocked all of Yan Chutian's words. The other party was also a disciple of the Heaven's Secrets sect. Even if he had other intentions, it was true that he wanted to clear the name of the Heaven's Secrets sect. How could he stop him? However, because of this scene, Yan Chutian's view of Honggu had changed. Even though Honggu was his enemy, he didn't kick him when he was down. He even wanted to clear the name of the Heaven's Secret sect. Even if this kind of person was still an opponent, he deserved to be respected. When the two sides got into their stances, the other geniuses on the stone platform and even some of the surrounding stone platforms temporarily stopped fighting and looked over. They naturally knew the geniuses of the Divine Heavens sect. However, in addition to the geniuses of the Divine Heavens sect, many of them already knew about Yan Chutian. Therefore, when the two sides started fighting, they vaguely felt that there was already a big show to watch. As for themselves, they weren't in a hurry. In fact, some of the geniuses were more than happy to do so. After all, the continuous fighting had consumed a lot of their energy. It was best to have a period of time to recover. Although many people were looking at him, Honggu still didn't feel anything out of the ordinary. After all, he knew that the other party was a disciple of the Divine Heavens sect. It was normal for such a person to attract attention. However, so what if he was a disciple of the Divine Heavens sect? Today, he was going to go against the flow and defeat this genius who dominated the second-rate forces. He wanted to let everyone know that even if he, Honggu, was only from the Heaven's Secret sect, he was still comparable to these top geniuses. However, he wasn't a fool. He wouldn't fight against Li Tianyi, who was obviously stronger. As for Yan Chutian, he certainly wouldn't give him a second look. This guy dared to offend a disciple of the Divine Heavens sect. Naturally, he would have to bear the corresponding consequences. If he lost miserably or died, he would only have himself to blame. Therefore, in the next moment, a huge commotion erupted from the battle. Looking at Yan Chutian, who was close at hand, Li Tianyi suddenly raised his hand. As his palm pressed down, suddenly, a huge wave of spiritual energy fluctuated and formed a huge palm print in the sky, suppressing the latter. However, how could Yan Chutian be defeated so easily? He stomped on the ground with one foot and his body shot up like a cannonball. His thin and small body fearlessly rushed towards the giant palm made of spiritual energy and smashed it into pieces. Then, he once again shot towards Li Tianyi, turning his palm into a fist with the power to move mountains and rivers. At the same time, Honggu was also fighting with the disciple of the Divine Heavens sect. This disciple of the Divine Heavens sect was extremely powerful. His elixir level 5 cultivation was not fake. Moreover, his body seemed to have cultivated spiritual energy. It was as hard as steel. Every punch and palm was extremely overbearing. Therefore, Honggu was already too busy to take care of himself. He didn't have time to take care of his surroundings and Yan Chutian's situation. However, in his opinion, it was nothing more than Yan Chutian being defeated by Li Tianyi in the end. At most, it was just a matter of how long Yan Chutian could last. The only thing he had to take seriously was to try his best to defeat the disciple of the Divine Heavens sect before Yan Chutian was defeated. At that time, facing the star skeleton that was only a few steps away, the prospective path chosen of the Divine Heavens sect would not insist on attacking. Now, they were only a few steps away from the star skeleton at the top of the tree. As long as they crossed these few steps, the star skeleton would be right in front of them. Thinking of this, Honggu's attacks gradually became more and more violent. However, although he was strong, his opponent, the disciple of the Divine Heavens sect, was not to be outdone either. He displayed his own strength in every move. Perhaps some people were watching the two of them, but more people were paying attention to the movements of Yan Chutian and Li Tianyi. Not only because Li Tianyi was a prospective path chosen of the Li clan, but also because of Yan Chutian. Too many people had already known about Yan Chutian's performance since he ascended the stone platform. They all knew that this disciple of the Divine Heavens sect, who seemed to only have a level 3 elixir level cultivation, was actually like a fierce tiger. He was not simple at all. Even Li Tianyi himself knew this. However, he had always been proud and naturally did not want to admit this. Moreover, in his opinion, as long as he defeated him, his opponent would still be a piece of trash. Chapter 233. Looking at the battle between Li Tianyi and Yan Chutian, although Lu Qing had some grudges because of Yan Chutian's previous words, he understood that it was the truth. Whether Li Tianyi said it or not, it did exist. Therefore, after stabilizing his mind, he ignored it and turned to look at Yan Chutian's figure. A cold smile appeared on his face. No matter what, he believed that Yan Chutian would have no chance of winning against Li Tianyi. Li Tianyi was trained as a prospective Taoist by the Li clan, so he naturally had his extraordinary qualities. Therefore, even if Lu Qing knew that Yan Chutian had defeated the top genius of the Daluo sect, such as Mu Gong, he did not have any doubts. Moreover, even if Li Tianyi was defeated, it would not be much of a disadvantage to him. Li Tianyi would lose face for the Li clan, and he might even be able to find an opportunity for his bloodline. The only thing he was not happy about was that this would also allow the disciple of the Divine Mysteries sect to jump around for a while. The scene changed to the battle with Yan Chutian. Li Tianyi's moves were ruthless, and his majestic and sharp spiritual power surged. Even if he found a small opportunity, he would be able to injure his opponent. However, the prospective Taoist of the Divine Heavens sect's main bloodline was shocked to find that his opponent did not have any loopholes. Instead, Li Tianyi had found his loophole and used it to attack him. This made Li Tianyi extremely angry, and his face was extremely gloomy. He was the prospective Taoist of the Divine Heavens sect's main bloodline. Could it be that he was not a match for a mere disciple of the Divine Mystery sect? Perhaps Li Tianyi's anger had an effect, but when Yan Chutian launched another attack, Li Tianyi finally found a loophole. How could he miss such a great opportunity? He immediately clapped his big palm and pretended to retreat. Around his body, majestic spiritual power swept out like a big net and went straight to Yan Chutian to shroud him. Immediately after, Li Tianyi's face was insolent. Violent spiritual power surged out of his hand and covered his right fist. Then, he smashed it down fiercely. Die for me! Boom! A huge explosion resounded. However, at the same time as the explosion resounded, Li Tianyi's complexion gradually stiffened and became unsightly. At the same time, a figure who seemed to be watching a show quietly appeared behind him. He smiled faintly at Li Tianyi, the prospective Taoist of the Divine Heavens sect, and said, "Prospective Taoist, you almost succeeded." Yan Chutian's mocking words made Li Tianyi's already ugly face twist even more. How could he not see that the opponent's previous flaw was deliberately exposed, but he was like a fool who thought he was smart. How could this not make him angry? Yan Chutian looked at the former, whose face was so gloomy that it seemed like water could drip out of it. He couldn't help but sneer in his heart. The Li Tianyi in front of him might be stronger than Mu Gong in terms of cultivation, but in terms of battle experience and temperament, he was far inferior to the former. Therefore, there was no way he could be compared to him, who was one of the top 10 heavenly legends in the heaven realm in his previous life. Moreover, Yan Chutian could fully imagine that Li Tianyi was able to become the prospective Taoist of the Divine Heavens sect's main branch because there was someone above him. At the same time, the furious Li Tianyi could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. He immediately stepped heavily on the stone platform. When he leaped into the air, the spiritual power on his arms surged and transformed into a giant sword that slashed fiercely at Yan Chutian. Bang! However, no matter how fast Li Tianyi was, in the end, he couldn't slash at Yan Chutian's body. Instead, he slashed at the spiritual light screen in front of him. However, in such a clash of spiritual power, Li Tianyi's advantage was finally revealed. As the slash fell, in a stalemate, Yan Chutian's spiritual light screen was finally broken and continued to slash at Yan Chutian's body. Seeing the sword shadow slashing at him, Yan Chutian's expression was calm. However, when the sword shadow approached him, he suddenly lifted his foot and stepped on the sword body, shattering it. However, when the sword body was shattered, the dissipating power also completely tore Yan Chutian's trousers, revealing his thin calf under the trousers. This situation immediately made Li Tianyi think that he had found his opponent's weakness, so he didn't hesitate. He raised his hand and continuously made seals. In a short period of time, he condensed several giant swords of spiritual power around his body, which were magnificent. Slash! Looking down at Yan Chutian, Li Tianyi sneered. Without any hesitation, he waved his hand, causing the numerous spirit energy giant swords to slash down, heading straight for Yan Chutian. Li Tianyi wanted to see how Yan Chutian, who was in such a sorry state after blocking his giant swords of spiritual power, would defend himself now. As if they had the same thought as Li Tianyi, the other supreme talents who were looking over also secretly shook their heads at this moment. Although they didn't think that Yan Chutian would be defeated, under Li Tianyi's attack, he would definitely be in a sorry state. After all, Li Tianyi's cultivation could be considered as a level 6 quasi-elixir, while Yan Chutian was only at the peak of level 3 elixir. The gap between the two of them was not small. However, in the face of the attack, Yan Chutian was still fearless. Such a giant sword of spiritual power might indeed be a huge pressure for other level 3 or level 4 elixir prodigies, but it would not be so for him. After all, his level 2 mysterious yang body was not just for show. The mysterious yang body had never only improved his physique, but also constantly tempered his physical strength. Therefore, if one thought that such a spiritual power attack could do anything to him, then they were underestimating Yan Chutian too much. Therefore, when the giant sword of spiritual power slashed at him, Yan Chutian did not use any defensive techniques at all. He immediately shot up and domineeringly collided with the giant sword of spiritual power with his bare hands. However, this seemingly suicidal action resulted in the destruction of the giant sword of spiritual power. On the other hand, Yan Chutian's entire body was unscathed, and only his clothes were slightly damaged. This scene shocked many prodigies. As people of their level, It was not difficult for them to see that Yan Chutian must have cultivated a body-tempering spiritual art to be able to do this. However, this body-tempering spiritual art was too domineering. It actually destroyed the attack of a level 6 quasi-elixir prodigy so easily. Li Tianyi thought that he had grasped the weakness, but in the end it was all in vain. His face stiffened and turned ugly once again. Faintly, he felt that he must have been played by his opponent again. However, in all honesty, Yan Chutian did not play with him this time. This was indeed his weakness. However, in the face of his weakness, Yan Chutian always had a corresponding way to deal with it. After a series of exchanges, the prodigies who originally thought highly of Li Tianyi were somewhat uncertain. They only felt that this heavenly secrets sect's disciple seemed to always be able to surprise everyone. After failing consecutively, Li Tianyi had lost all his patience. He did not even use any spiritual techniques and directly used the most powerful technique of an elixir cultivator: spiritual runes. Supreme Mystery Rune. Supreme Spirit Rune. Li Tianyi yelled out continuously. Immediately, some strange runes gathered crazily in his eyes. In the end, they condensed into 2 different strange runes. There were all kinds of strange spiritual runes, and no one was sure how many there were. The spiritual rune that Li Tianyi had condensed was one of the rarest spiritual runes. Supreme Mystery and Supreme Spirit. 2 strange runes that were hard to understand descended between heaven and earth. As for the 2 spirit runes, it was clear that they weren't meant to be used as an attack. Instead, there was a mysterious power descending as they headed straight for Yan Chutian. Under the shroud of the mysterious power, Yan Chutian felt as if he had lost all his senses of the outside world. At the same time, he could not even connect with the spiritual energy in his body. In this situation, it was as if he had turned back into a mortal who had never cultivated before. Such an abrupt situation made Yan Chutian a little startled because such a spirit rune wasn't simple at all. Therefore, Yan Chutian could not help but secretly curl his lip. Such a strange spiritual rune was actually condensed by Li Tianyi. He did not know what kind of luck he had. However, this was the truth. Therefore, Yan Chutian did not think too much about it. Since he could not use spiritual energy, he directly used spiritual runes. In the battle of spiritual runes, Yan Chutian had never been afraid of anyone. Chapter 234. Li Tianyi did not show any signs of weakness when he saw the opponent's spirit inscriptions coming at him. He also did his best to activate the spirit inscriptions. His spirit inscriptions were strange. Not only could they directly affect other cultivators, but they could also affect other spirit inscriptions. Under the spread of the mysterious fluctuations, even Yan Chutian's 2-sword cauldron spirit inscriptions seemed to be unable to avoid being affected. The spirit inscriptions that were originally suppressing Li Tianyi were slowing down. At the same time, the suppressive aura also weakened rapidly. When the surrounding heaven's favorites saw this, they couldn't help but be shocked. Because many of them were clear that Yan Chutian's 2 spirit runes did not show the slightest bit of weakness when dealing with other cultivators, such as Mu Gong for example. However, when facing Li Tianyi's 2 spirit inscriptions, it was the same situation. As expected, the divine heavens sect's sky prides were stronger. Because of this, they slowly turned their opinion back to Li Tianyi. This divine heavens sect's prospective Taoist performance was really extraordinary. Li Tianyi smiled proudly when he saw the situation in front of him. His spirit runes naturally had their own strong point. Now, he wanted his opponent to understand that no matter what tricks he had in terms of cultivation, there was no room for luck when it came to spirit inscriptions. He would definitely lose at his hands. Not simple indeed. Looking at the situation in front of him, although Yan Chutian's expression was calm, he could not help but whisper and speak his true thoughts. The opponent's 2 spirit inscriptions were indeed very strange. Although they did not have any strong offensive power, the strange restrictive and weakening power was impossible to guard against. The result was obvious. Even if Yan Chutian's 2 spirit inscriptions continued to suppress, they were easily blocked by Li Tianyi. From the beginning to the end, both Li Tianyi and his spirit inscriptions were restricted and weakened. Yan Chutian had tried to break through the restriction, but even the spirit energy in his body was weakened and could not be mobilized. How could he break through the restriction? Therefore, the final result could only be failure. Taking advantage of this time, Li Tianyi's attack enveloped Yan Chutian once again. Under the surge of spiritual power, the majestic spiritual power transformed into a huge spiritual mountain and directly smashed towards Yan Chutian. If it was before, even if he did not dodge, Yan Chutian could rely on himself to block this attack. However, at this moment, not to mention that he did not have the strength to resist the spiritual energy mountain, he could not even dodge it. Therefore, when the spiritual energy mountain came crashing down, Yan Chutian was smashed into the ground. In such a situation, even though Yan Chutian had a grade 2 mysterious yang body, he was still in an extremely sorry state and was even injured. Seeing this scene, the surrounding geniuses were even more certain of their thoughts. As expected, no matter how unexpected the performance of the Divine Mysteries sect's disciples was, it was still wishful thinking to compare them to the Divine Heavens sect's prospective Taoist. The final result was destined. The Heavenly Fate sect's disciple would be defeated miserably and leave the arena dejectedly. At the same time, it was worth mentioning that the battle between Honggu and the Divine Heavens sect's disciple was nearing its end. Their results were almost the same as Yan Chutian's and Li Tianyi's. The Divine Heavens sect's disciple continued to suppress Honggu. This naturally made Honggu feel extremely humiliated. His dark face, which was full of scars, revealed a deep ferocious expression. However, no matter how he resisted, the Divine Heavens sect's disciple seemed to be too strong and could always suppress him. After a long time, even Honggu's face revealed despair. Without experiencing it, he would never have thought that the Divine Heavens sect's disciple could be so strong. If a disciple was already so strong, then Li Tianyi, who was called a prospective Taoist, must be even more terrifying, right? Therefore, in his despair, Honggu finally turned his gaze and glanced slightly at Yan Chutian. What he didn't expect was that Yan Chutian still hadn't been defeated even now. This made Honggu suddenly realize that Yan Chutian was not the same as before. However, so what if he was not the same as before? From the looks of it, his defeat was inevitable. As long as he lost, who would care about his past performance? Tisk, where's your tough attitude just now? Where's it now? Don't tell me you're just a dog that only knows how to bark? Looking at Yan Chutian, who was already in a sorry state under his attacks, Li Tianyi's expression was fierce, but at the same time, there was a strong sense of pride emerging. The situation should be like this. The Divine Heavens sect's disciple in front of him should be like an ant in front of him. He was a prospective Taoist of the Divine Heavens sect's main bloodline. How could he be blocked by an ant in the future? However, what made Li Tianyi unhappy was that the other party's expression did not look ugly or even panicked. That calm face seemed to never have any panic, but also seemed to be announcing that he still had a trump card to turn things around. The more he looked, the stronger the anger in Li Tianyi's heart became. This damned ant should be trembling in fear now. How dare he show such an expression? Mystical fire real spirit seal. In his anger, Li Tianyi did not want to wait any longer. Under the illumination of the spiritual mark, a powerful spiritual technique was displayed. A palm-sized spiritual energy handprint appeared. Around this spiritual handprint, mysterious flames like spiritual snakes circled around it. It was quite strange. When this spiritual technique was displayed, it could be seen that many gazes from the heavens and earth gathered on it. It was not difficult to distinguish that this spiritual technique had an extremely powerful origin. Most likely, even in the Divine Heavens sect, only prospective Taoists and Taoists could practice it. Facing such a powerful attack, although Yan Chutian's expression was still indifferent, he knew that if he could not block it, then his defeat was almost certain. However, it was not that he did not have any tricks up his sleeve, such as the Great Array. Thinking of this, Yan Chutian slightly bent his finger. A ray of spiritual light swept out from his fingertip and swept into the surrounding stone platforms. However, this seemingly casual action caused a huge shock in the next moment. Boom, boom, boom! Amidst the huge roar, a huge lotus flower, with Yan Chutian as the center, wrapped around him in layers. Under the protection of this lotus flower array, it seemed that no matter what kind of attack descended, it would be able to cancel it out. Great Zhou's heart protection lotus. Boom! In the next instant, the small and exquisite spirit seal smashed down with a loud bang, causing a huge tremor as it collided with the great lotus array. However, after the vibration and energy ripples, everyone was shocked to find that although the huge lotus flower was densely covered in cracks, it still managed to block this attack. This result made Yan Chutian relax a little. The two spiritual marks above Li Tianyi's head were indeed strange, but they had not reached such an abnormal level. For example, although it could restrict him from setting up the array, it could not reduce the power of the array. That was why he had allowed himself to block that attack. At the same time, seeing that his attack, which was enough to defeat his opponent, was blocked, Li Tianyi's face was extremely gloomy. He really did not expect that the Heaven's Secrets sect disciple in front of him would be so stubborn that he could hold on to this extent. You really are a piece of sticky candy. You know that the result is already decided, but you still refuse to give up and insist on stubbornly holding on. Li Tianyi said sarcastically, not hiding his tone at all. However, just as he said those words, he found that Yan Chutian did not have any intention of paying attention to him. He could not help but feel even more annoyed. This guy really refused to give up until he saw the coffin. That's good too. If you insist on stubbornly holding on, then let me see. When I defeat your third spiritual mark, let's see if you still have the courage to hold on. As his voice fell, Li Tianyi displayed his third spiritual mark. The two spirit inscriptions from before had already returned to his body. Instead, a very dark spirit inscription was outlined in his eyes and slowly appeared in the sky. Supreme Demonic Mark. Bang! Honggu fell heavily on the edge of the stone platform and spat out a mouthful of blood uncontrollably. He knew that he had lost. He had lost to the Divine Heavens sect disciple in front of him, whom he had wanted to use as a stepping stone. It was not that Honggu did not want to win, but he was still a little weaker than the Divine Heavens sect disciple now. However, just as he was about to close his eyes in despair and wait to be blown out of the arena, the imagined attack did not come. He only heard the Divine Heavens sect disciple's humiliating sneer slowly ring out. Chapter 235. A demonic pattern seemed to emerge from the boundless darkness. When the demonic pattern appeared, it seemed to affect the surrounding heaven and earth. The light was dim, as if it was about to sink into the darkness. This was Li Tianyi's supreme demonic pattern, and also the third spiritual pattern that he had condensed. It was extremely difficult to condense this spiritual pattern. He had only succeeded with great difficulty by observing a little-known demonic statue in the depths of the Divine Heavens sect. Even though it was difficult to condense it, ever since he had condensed this spiritual pattern, his strength had caught up to that of a Taoist. If it weren't for the fact that there were only 2 Taoists in each lineage, he would also be a Taoist. However, even if he didn't become a Taoist, he was still promoted to a prospective Taoist. It was almost certain that he would become a Taoist in the future. From this, it wasn't difficult to see how terrifying the power of the supreme demonic pattern was. Therefore, when the supreme demonic pattern appeared, it also caused many geniuses to exclaim in surprise. The strange feeling that spread out from this spiritual pattern was something that they had never seen before. Even the third spiritual pattern that Mu Gong had displayed not long ago couldn't compare to it. Therefore, in addition to being shocked, they also couldn't help but think that this battle was really going to end. Li Tianyi, who was able to display such a powerful spiritual pattern, had already secured his victory. Although the Divine Secret Sect disciple seems to have condensed the third spiritual pattern and even defeated Mu Gong with it, the third spiritual pattern of the prospective Taoist of the Divine Heavens sect is too powerful. It seems that the legend of the Divine Secret Sect disciple is about to end. In the end, he is still going to be defeated by the genius of the Divine Heavens sect. This is actually expected. After all, he is the genius of the Divine Heavens sect, and he is also called a prospective Taoist. It is understandable that he has such amazing strength. Although Lu Qing, who was watching this scene from a distance, felt satisfied when he caught a glimpse of the supreme demonic pattern above Li Tianyi's head, he couldn't help but have a flash of greed and jealousy in his eyes. His cultivation was one level higher than Li Tianyi's, but even so, compared to Li Tianyi, his spiritual pattern was still somewhat lacking. How good would it be if he could condense that supreme demonic pattern? In fact, he was not the only one. All the Taoists in the Divine Heavens sect were jealous of this one and only prospective Taoist. He was clearly the one at the level of a Taoist, so how could he allow a nobody to condense the supreme demonic mark, and even use it to ascend to the one and only quasi-Taoist position? It wasn't like they hadn't seen the demon statue before. Why didn't they have such luck? At the same time, the Divine Heavens sect disciple, who was stepping on Honggu like he was stepping on a piece of garbage, also sneered at him. Open your dog eyes wide and look carefully. Your useless fellow disciple is also going to be defeated by the genius of our Divine Heavens sect. If I say you are trash, then you are trash. Ha ha ha. Hearing the other party's ridicule, Honggu couldn't say anything to refute. He could only stare in despair at Yan Chutian, who in his eyes was also about to lose miserably. Originally, he thought that today would be the day for him to make a name for himself. Who would have thought that it would be such a hopeless situation? The supreme demonic mark slowly pressed down, as if it was carrying a huge darkness that covered the sky. However, this time, Yan Chutian didn't do anything, but there was a sense of extreme disgust all over his body, which kept emerging. It seemed that every part of his body, every pore, was extremely disgusted with the so-called supreme demonic mark. But the problem was, he didn't know where this disgust came from. But no one could explain it to Yan Chutian, and what happened next was still completely out of his expectations. In his dantian, without any coercion, the fire beast spiritual tattoo emerged for the first time. It was surrounded by misty flames, and it directly faced the dark demonic mark. But this time, it seemed to be a little different. Yan Chutian clearly felt that the spiritual tattoo fire beast spiritual tattoo, which suddenly appeared, carried a strong sense of disgust all over its body. And this kind of disgust was exactly the same as his. What happened next was self-evident. Under the size of many people, the fire beast spiritual tattoo rushed directly to the demonic mark as if it wasn't afraid of death. Then, the two spiritual marks fiercely collided in midair. However, when the real collision began, Li Tianyi was the first to change his expression slightly. His face, which was originally full of sneer and confidence, was filled with uncontrollable disgust and shock. He couldn't imagine that his supreme demonic mark didn't immediately defeat the opponent's spiritual tattoo. Could it be that there was something special about the opponent's spiritual tattoo? But at the same time of being shocked, he quickly calmed down and said coldly, "Stubborn resistance. Let's see how long you can hold on." Honggu was also watching this scene. His eyes were originally filled with despair, but at this moment, a glimmer of hope gathered in his eyes. What did he see? Yan Chutian, this guy, That disciple of the Divine Heavens sect had no time to pay attention to Honggu. He, who was originally full of confidence and pride, also changed his expression slightly at this moment. Shouldn't that disciple of the Divine Heavens sect be defeated miserably? How could he? The expressions of the numerous prided geniuses in the surroundings had also changed. Just a moment ago, they were certain that Yan Chutian was destined to lose. However, the situation before their eyes seemed to have changed the fate of that destined outcome. How is this possible? The third spiritual tattoo of the Divine Heavens sect's prospective Taoist is even more powerful than that of Mu Gong. How could? Is that disciple of the Divine Heavens sect going to turn the world upside down? He hasn't been defeated yet. What exactly is his third spiritual tattoo? I can't see it clearly at all. It's so strange, and I can't judge its limit. In fact, not to mention them, even Yan Chutian, the owner of the spiritual tattoo, couldn't see it clearly at this time. The power displayed by the spiritual tattoo fire beast was completely different from before. This feeling was like a sleeping tiger that was barely activated before, but now the tiger took the initiative to wake up and show its anger. All in all, such a situation was a happy thing for Yan Chutian, because the spiritual tattoo fire beast would display its most powerful power without any effort from him. What happened next was not out of Yan Chutian's expectation. Without any action from him, the spiritual tattoo fire beast displayed its most powerful power and kept colliding with the demonic tattoo. Perhaps the supreme demonic tattoo had the upper hand at the beginning, but gradually it was forced to retreat. The dark demonic tattoo kept trembling, as if it would be shattered at any time. This situation naturally made Li Tianyi's expression change dramatically. How could he believe that his supreme demonic tattoo was no match for the opponent's spiritual tattoo? But how could this be? His spiritual tattoo had always been invincible, and he had almost never met an opponent. How could it be defeated by the unknown spiritual tattoo condensed by a practitioner at the third level of the elixir sect? Supreme demonic tattoo, kill it! Li Tianyi roared angrily. However, no matter how unwilling he was, the defeat of the spiritual tattoo was inevitable. His supreme demonic tattoo was finally defeated by Yan Chutian's spiritual tattoo fire beast. The dark light that was blooming all over seemed to be burned by the flames around the fire beast, which was extremely embarrassing. In the end, the supreme demonic tattoo, which had caused countless tremors, finally turned illusory and fell into Li Tianyi's body. And Li Tianyi, who was connected to the spiritual tattoo, also suffered from the backfire. He staggered and fell to the ground, spitting out blood as if he was about to die. But obviously, Li Tianyi could not accept such a result. He was the prospective Taoist of the main branch of the Divine Heavens sect, and a well-known young talent with a promising future. But today, he was defeated by an unknown disciple of a second-rate force. How could this be? Therefore, even though he was miserably lying on the ground and bleeding profusely, Li Tianyi was still firmly glaring at Yan Chutian. That venomous gaze of his was as though he wished he could cut the latter into pieces. But he did not have the ability to do so. After suffering from the huge backfire, he finally fainted completely after a while. While he fainted, Yan Chutian also used his remaining strength to manipulate the fire beast's spiritual tattoo, severely injuring the disciple of the Divine Heavens sect who was still stepping on Honggu. Then, facing Honggu's incomparably shocked and almost frozen eyes, Yan Chutian forcibly stabilized his body and said, "I'm not helping you, I'm only preventing future troubles." After that, Yan Chutian immediately closed his eyes and sat cross-legged, and the spiritual tattoo fire beast had already returned to his body. Chapter 236. In the blink of an eye, Yan Chutian had astonishingly defeated two geniuses of the Divine Heavens sect, especially one of them, who was a prospective Tao disciple of the Divine Heavens sect. In fact, this scene did not happen slowly, but the result was too unbelievable. Who would believe that an unknown disciple of a second-rate force could defeat a heaven's pride of the divine heavens sect? Honggu also looked at the scene in front of him in shock. Suddenly, he realized how ridiculous he was. He thought that he could stand out and surpass his former strong opponent by training in the periphery of the Valley of 10,000 Stars. But only now did he realize that he was still so insignificant. On the contrary, his former strong opponent rose up like a hidden dragon and left him far behind. If the Honggu in the past still had the thought of catching up and surpassing Yan Chutian, then from now on, he would never have such thoughts again. Therefore, when everyone was shocked by Yan Chutian, Honggu dragged his battered body and dragged it step by step to the edge of the stone platform. In a situation where no one noticed or would notice, he jumped off the stone platform. Perhaps no one had noticed Honggu's sorry figure, but Yan Chutian, who was still in the midst of recovering, had noticed it. But even if he knew, Yan Chutian did not say anything. He did not even open his eyes for a moment. He and Honggu were not friends. At most, they were just fellow disciples. And just now, he killed the disciple of the Divine Heavens sect because they were fellow disciples, and because the other party was not timid to the extreme. But it seemed that even if he could save his body, he could not save his heart. Not reminding him or even paying attention to him just now was probably the best and only thing he could do. It was also the last thing he could do to preserve his dignity. All in all, Yan Chutian finally passed this level of the stone platform. Perhaps because of the various things that Yan Chutian had displayed earlier, even though he was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, the other geniuses on the same stone platform did not make a move against him. Yan Chutian understood that this was the power he had displayed in the previous battle. Now, there was no one who could look down on him. Even if his appearance was clearly weak, no one was willing to easily provoke him. Yan Chutian was naturally happy to see this. He silently sat down cross-legged and swiftly recovered. Trash! What a disgrace to the Divine Heavens sect! On the other stone platform, Lu Qing's face was gloomy. He could not restrain the surging rage in his heart and kept cursing. However, only he knew in his heart that the current Yan Chutian had truly caught his attention. Even though he spoke with contempt, his heart was no less solemn. But when he thought of the difference between the past and the present, Lu Qing felt even more annoyed. Clearly, in the abyss, the other party could only cunningly put himself in an invincible position. But now, how could he fight head-on with people who were almost at their level and even win? In addition to Lu Qing, the black-robed Taoist of the Lu clan that day was also gloomy. His temper was even more fiery than Lu Qing's. Even if it was the Mainly clan that had lost face, as a Taoist of the Divine Heavens sect, he still felt extremely humiliated. What kind of trash is being called a prospective Taoist? The Li clan has really disgraced the Divine Heavens sect. On a stone platform, looking at Yan Chutian who had finally won, Qiu Yu's worried face finally relaxed. In the end, this guy still won. And since he had already won, she should also speed up. If not for the fact that she was worried about Yan Chutian's situation, she would not have let the shifty-eyed youth in front of her stand on the platform for another second. Compared to Qiu Yu, the situation on Luo Shui and Yan Ningzhu's side was a bit more difficult. Yan Ningzhu was still fine. After all, she was a genuine level 5 elixir. But Luo Shui was only a level 4 elixir. Even if she broke through to the level 5, it was just a paper-thin barrier. She was not a real level 5 elixir. However, perhaps the heavens were protecting her, or perhaps those prides who thought they were extraordinary deliberately avoided her. Even if she looked like a pushover, they had no choice. So along the way, Luo Shui encountered at most opponents who were slightly stronger than her. And against these people, she used all her skills. In the end, she gritted her teeth and walked step by step without losing. All in all, when Yan Chutian recovered, the three girls also did not lose. In the end, they all climbed to a higher level of the stone platform. The end was right in front of them. Finally, there were no more thrills in the last few steps. Therefore, the 4 of them appeared on a huge platform below the 1,000 star tree's crown. As for the star skulls, they seemed to be able to obtain them easily. We finally succeeded. Having reached this step, many of the prided geniuses on the final platform were extremely excited. And among these people, most of them were prides from second-rate forces or disciples of famous hidden powerhouses. It was to the extent that even people of Luo Shui's level were rarely seen. It was not difficult to understand how intense the elimination under the myriad star tree was. Fortunately, those standing here were all winners, so everyone had a smile on their face and joy in their heart. Even Yan Chutian was enjoying this hard-won victory at this moment. However, there were always exceptions. Looking over, the prides of the Divine Heavens sect did not have much joy. Instead, their faces were ugly, or rather angry. To them, reaching this stage was inevitable. What made it hard for them to accept was that one of the prides of the Divine Heavens sect had lost. And the one who had lost was not an ordinary top disciple, but Li Tianyi, who was known as the prospective Taoist of the main sect. However, no matter what, now was obviously not the time to make a move. After all, the Divine Heavens sect cared about their reputation. They did not want to bear the bad reputation of bullying the weak with numbers. Moreover, in their opinion, so what if the other party had squeezed into the Heavens Pride grand event? In such a grand event, even they had to be careful. If the other party forced his way in, he would only be asking for humiliation. By then, when he lost all his face, he would know how stupid it was to force his way in today's event. After that, some of the prides could not wait to pick the star skulls that were close at hand. At this point, the 1,000-star tree did not make things difficult for them. It allowed them to pick the star skulls and keep them in their pockets. However, after each person picked a star skull, there was a distorted space that sent them away from the platform. Obviously, they were not allowed to do as they pleased. Therefore, Yan Chutian, who had originally planned to pick more star skulls, gave up on the idea. Originally, he still wanted to get more star skulls and explore the possible uses of them. However, now it was obvious that his plan was ruined. Moreover, what he should be concerned about next was the return journey and the real Heavens Pride grand event. In the periphery of the 1,000-star valley, outside the thick star fog, there was still a large number of high-level forces and hidden powerhouses waiting. The estimated time was very close to 2 months, and when these 2 months were over, it was time for their sects or disciples to come out. However, after all, they were high-level powerhouses. Therefore, the waiting team was not noisy at all. Everyone was waiting quietly. However, when this atmosphere continued until the star fog began to thin, and the 10 spirit boats sailed into it, there was finally some change. Perhaps those forces at the front had not shown anything, but the third-rate forces and the slightly weaker hidden powerhouses finally showed some different expressions on their indifferent faces. In the end, even the second-rate forces were restless. Some forces or powerhouses who had a good relationship with each other began to compliment each other. It was very much like the courtesy between mortals. Although there is an additional selection test this time, I think the many heavens prides of the Divine Heavens sect will definitely be able to stand out. A hidden powerhouse flattered an elder of the Divine Heavens sect. Although the elder was arrogant, he enjoyed it very much and nodded lightly. The heavens prides of the Divine Heavens sect are naturally extraordinary. Speaking of which, it is worth mentioning that my little nephew, who is going to be a Tao disciple, may be able to make an exception and be promoted to the real third Tao disciple of the Li clan after going through this test. Then I really have to congratulate Elder Li. Such a nephew is really a heaven's pride. Haha, while they were talking and laughing, a white-haired elder of a certain force suddenly smiled faintly and turned to look at Zhu Yun, who was silent in a corner. He smiled and said, "Deputy Sect Leader Zhu, I think many of the heavens prides of the Divine Heavens sect will also be able to obtain the star skulls and qualify, right?" Chapter 237. Being suddenly called out, Zhu Yun, who was trying his best to reduce his presence, suddenly stiffened. He could only look helplessly at the white-haired elder who spoke to him. When Zhu Yun saw the white-haired elder's face clearly, even though his expression did not change much, he had already cursed the white-haired elder in front of him several times in his heart. He knew this white-haired elder. He was the great elder of the Hunyuan sect, whose status was similar to his. Although the Hunyuan sect did not rank high among the second-rate forces, it was still stronger than the Tianji sect, which was at the bottom of the pack. In the previous grand events of the Heaven's Pride, the disciples of the Hunyuan sect had always won more glory than the Tianji sect. Therefore, after thinking for a moment, Zhu Yun knew that this old thing wanted to find a sense of superiority from the Tianji sect. However, even though he knew the reason, Zhu Yun could not say anything. Facing the sneering face, he could only suppress the anger in his heart and pretended to be indifferent. Then there's no need to trouble the elder of the Hunyuan sect. Hearing this, the elder of the Hunyuan sect sneered again and muttered to himself, "Haha, no matter what, it's still a second-rate force. If such a large sect can't even get a spot, it's really embarrassing." Following the words of the elder of the Hunyuan sect, there were people around who laughed sarcastically. They were either familiar with the elder of the Hunyuan sect, or they found it funny and laughed. However, to dare to laugh like this, it was almost obvious that they were mocking a second-rate force. They must have a strong background, such as the people of the Divine Heavens sect. Facing such a situation, Zhu Yun could only pretend to be indifferent, as if he did not notice the movements around him. However, only he knew that his fists were clenched so tightly that his 5 fingers had turned white. As he clenched his fists, his eyes also looked at the star fog with a slight eagerness, as if he wanted to see through the star fog that was gradually thinning but was still enough to block his vision. "You guys, you have to do your best for the sect." As if they had waited for as long as a century, under countless eager and expectant gazes, a spirit boat finally sailed out of the star fog and descended in front of everyone. Seeing their own disciples on the spirit boat, the seniors immediately held their breaths and focused. Only when their juniors proudly raised the star skull did they reveal a smile. This proved that their juniors had already stood out from the test and could participate in the true grand occasion of the heavenly geniuses. Zhu Yun was also nervous. However, there was no disciple of the Tianji sect on the first spirit ship, so he could only continue to look at the star fog anxiously and eagerly, waiting for the next spirit ship to sail out. Finally, the second spirit boat appeared. At first glance, he saw 2 familiar figures. They were North Region's Shilong and Xue Hongyu, but what disappointed him was that both of them had their heads lowered, their expressions dejected. Even without asking, Zhu Yun knew that the 2 of them had failed. Compared to Zhu Yun's disappointment, the Hunyuan sect elder who had mocked them earlier was overjoyed because he had also seen the disciples of his sect on the spirit boat. As for those 2 disciples, they were holding the star skulls in their hands high with arrogant expressions. Ha ha! As expected of the top heavenly geniuses of the Hunyuan sect. The Hunyuan sect elder was full of smiles, but at the same time, he did not forget to glance at Zhu Yun's reaction. Seeing his disappointed look made him feel even more comfortable. He and Zhu Yun had known each other for a long time and had even fought before. However, every time they fought, he was no match for Zhu Yun. How could he not feel humiliated? Now, even if he could not regain his face through strength, it was still extremely good to be able to do it through the disciples of his sect. Immediately after, the second spirit ship appeared one after another. The seniors of the top forces also looked at their disciples with smiles on their faces. They had full confidence that the prodigies under their sects would definitely stand out. There would be no exceptions. However, while all the seniors of the top forces were overjoyed, the Divine Heavens sect elder's face suddenly stiffened. He had also caught a glimpse of the prides of his sect. The Taoists of the 3 sects had all obtained star skulls, and even the top disciples were the same. However, when he looked at his nephew, the prospective Taoist, he caught a glimpse of his unfocused eyes and depressed mood. He was sitting in the corner of the spirit boat, and there was no sign of any star skulls on his body. This made him keenly aware of something. Could it be that this nephew of his did not obtain any star skulls? Continuing to look around with the last bit of hope, Zhu Yun could not help but sigh in his heart when he caught a glimpse of the absent-minded Hong Gu with his head lowered. Even Hong Gu had failed. Even if Hong Gu was not the strongest in the Tianji sect, how many chances did the other disciples have to obtain star skulls? However, just as Zhu Yun was about to lose all hope, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a beautiful figure in white casually holding a star skull in her hand. He knew this woman. Wasn't she the leader of the Tianji sect this time? Finally, a disciple of the Tianji sect had obtained a star skull. Even if Zhu Yun did not know this disciple well, he still showed a rare smile at this time. At least, his Tianji sect was not in dire straits. However, just as Zhu Yun's joy appeared, he caught a glimpse of Yan Chutian beside Qiu Yu. Luo Shui took out star skulls one by one. This scene immediately made Zhu Yun's expression stiffen. Immediately after, an even more intense joy than before emerged. In his joy, Zhu Yun even hurriedly rubbed his eyes to prevent himself from seeing things. After confirming it again and again, he finally laughed out loud. His Tianji sect actually had 3 disciples who stood out. Even the Hunyuan sect, which was ranked higher than his Tianji sect, could not do this. Therefore, in addition to his ecstasy, Zhu Yun did not restrain himself as he proudly looked at the Hunyuan sect elder. Even if he did not use any words, it made the Hunyuan sect elder's face turn red, and he could not speak. Just a moment ago, the Hunyuan sect elder was still mocking the Tianji sect for not being able to obtain a star skull. However, at this moment, 3 disciples of the Tianji sect obtained a star skull. It was one more than the 2 from the Hunyuan sect. How could this not shock and shame the Hunyuan sect elder? This must be dog shit luck. How could a second-rate sect at the bottom of the rankings have so many disciples obtain star skulls? The Hunyuan sect elder gritted his teeth and explained to himself. After that, he welcomed his disciples and asked them directly. However, hearing this, the prided disciples of the Hunyuan sect all had awkward expressions. Because, how could that scene be dog shit luck? No need to worry. Just explain it to the elder. Especially that disciple who is only at the 3rd level of elixir. How could he obtain a star skull? He must have done something unknown, right? However, the Hunyuan sect elder, who was angry and ashamed, did not notice this. Or rather, at this moment, he could not detect it, because he only wanted to hear the answer that belittled the Tianji sect. However, the answer of his Hunyuan sect disciple was destined to disappoint him. This was because everything that had happened was real. Everyone had seen it with their own eyes, so how could they make it up? At the same time, all kinds of things about the test had been spread among the senior members of the major sections. Among the things that were spread, how could the last and most shocking fight under the million-star tree be left out? Therefore, all of a sudden, countless eyes were cast one after another toward Yan Chutian, who had just met up with Zhu Yun. In particular, these eyes belonged to the senior members of the Divine Heavens sect who could not accept this. Originally, the elder of the Divine Heavens sect had thought that even if his nephew, who was going to be a Tao disciple, was defeated by a genius from a second-rate force, such as the Great Heaven Hall, that way, he would still be able to gain some glory. However, when he really knew, he realized that his nephew was defeated by a disciple from a second-rate sect at the bottom of the rankings. How could he accept this? What? The Hunyuan sect elder's expression changed dramatically. He could hardly believe what he had heard. A Taoist from the Divine Heavens sect was defeated by a disciple at the 3rd level of elixir from the Tianji sect. How could this be? The Hunyuan sect elder could not accept this. However, when he sensed that many people around him were also looking in the direction of the Tianji sect, he also sensed that the Divine Heavens sect elder was furious. Even if he could not believe it, he could not help but begin to believe this result.